All right. Who wants to share their homework from last night? Dylan, you said it was pretty eye-opening. You wanna start?
Ugh, I was not going to volunteer. I'm trying to be better about not talk not I don't know what the word giving everyone else space to talk during class. But I guess if you ask me,
Oh,
hold on, yeah, I can go back to
oh, you give a lot of space, Dylan. Don't worry about that.
it. But as far as Paul document here we go. Yeah. So for the first part, talking about early influences. So essentially, I've always been a learner. Just when I was a kid, I would stay up late reading random Wikipedia pages or watching videos or even just like reading instruction booklets to video games. I just like learning stuff.
Yeah.
Combined with my mom has a huge family. She had seven siblings, and together they've combined for 21 kids. Now, as far as where I fit in among those, I'm kind of an awkward middle child where I was a bit like where the age gaps are. I was never really able to keep up with my cousins who are older than me, and but also the ones who were younger than me. There was a pretty big age gap there. So what ended up happening, I would just hang out with the kids who were pretty significantly younger and like just playing with kids. And as a result, That's why I'm so good with kids now. So
Yeah.
what is anything? We'll think about my current career path. Um, being a BCBA, writing out these treatment plans for parents of autistic children, and still having to obviously sit on the floor um, and carry out these behavior plans periodically. Well, it's a field of continuing research. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. So level of learning is going to fit in there, and combined with obviously just being good with kids.
Yeah. That's good. So do you have what's the second part? Your SMART goal?
So the second part, yeah, right, the SMART goal.
Yeah.
So I said by August of 2028, I will pass the BCBA exam, become certified, and begun working under the job title.
Okay. And then your third part.
Yeah, yeah. So third part was how I would accomplish that. I'm gonna give a synthesis here. So we talked about this. Finish my master classes in about 6 weeks here, and then internship by the end of the calendar year, and then um, yes, become a full-time RBT once I finish my classes. And like then once I'm once I'm graduated and my internship hours are signed off, I can apply for a certificate program, go through that for a year, become then take the exam. That would take me roughly to fall of 28. That's why I put that date. Sit for the exam, become certified, and I should mention during that year of the certificate program, I would be apprenticing under my current supervisor, kind of seeing a little more of what goes on her side of the job, how she handles and communicates parent meetings, a lot why she chooses to implement the programs and um, intervention she does. Yeah, a lot of that, and then I put this is a condensed roadmap, not
Yeah.
exhaustive. And of course, it's important to value help from other people here. This is why I try to communicate with you, with other people at Abundant Life, with with my current BCBA and fellow RBTs, and um, make sure I'm enrolled properly at Calvary, and of course, continuously praying and becoming dependent on the Lord. The passage used for that is Matthew 18, unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is your so your current internship that you're doing with Robert, how's that fitting in for you here?
I mean, yeah. Um, I don't know how much um how much you want to go into detail there, but it's allowing me to work with kids in more a play therapy based environment. Um, Sort of. You mean like here, like here, like with Calvert, like with this degree program?
Well, how, yeah, no, how's it fitting into what you're going to get certified in?
So, so one, these kids are on the spectrum. So there's an overlap there because that is the area I would, I'd want to work in.
Sure.
Um, Also, it's a lot more parent communication than my current job is. And like I said, that would be the essence of my job as a BCBA. Um, yeah, and with that, I'm just given a lot more autonomy as
Yeah.
far as what I can implement because at my current job, it's kind of just okay, um, do whatever my current BCBA says. Versus here, it's like I'm I'm free to implement a lot more. No, I'm still under the direction of a supervisor. To I'm not trying to overstep my qualifications there, but does that
Yeah.
kind of help answer your question a little?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job. I'm so glad you got a good road work plan ahead of you. So good. Good job. Work plan, whatever it's called. Roadmap. That's what I was looking for. Roadmap and work plan ahead of you. Good job. Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate
Yep.
that. All right. Tressa, you want to go?
Yeah. So this was pretty reflective, I would say, kind of assignment, which I really appreciate.
Yeah.
So probably it was in high school. Just started noticing just from friends and family that they always commented on how good of a listener I was, and then, offering informal advice in a non-confronting way
Yeah, I
and
love
encouraging.
that.
And
Yeah.
so it was kind of probably at that point in time, combined with just having a desire to coach, that I kind of meshed those two together at a pretty young age. And I even wrote in the assignment that even as a freshman in high school, I really knew that the direction I really wanted to pursue was coaching.
Yes.
And then, that reality came into existence after I graduated from Calvary. But when I pursued my undergrad in counseling at Calvary, I always kind of knew that the formal counseling for me at that point in time was not something that I was really going after. Rather, it was more along the lines of using it for coaching to just be a good steward of the players that God was bringing in,
Yeah.
and to just really care for their hearts. And just being a camp counselor for 4 years as well, like all of those things kind of just reinforced that God had given me this gift. I just didn't know exactly how formal counseling was going to really line up, but I knew that at some point along my journey that it may. Um, so there was a point in time recently where I just really felt like God was starting to direct my path elsewhere.
Hmm.
And that was just this past summer. Just really praying and thinking through, okay, well, uh, God, it really hasn't really given me the desire of coaching anymore.
Okay.
And I really do love teaching, but I also really just love the hearts of people. And so that
Yeah.
was something that I really thought through the summer and really prayed for. And then just being able to allow the freedom and the opportunity of time to have for pursuing the area of counseling was something else that God had just given to me. And so I really felt like this was the direction and that I needed to go. But as I kind of put in the essay, I'm not sure if it's going to be sports psychology or guidance counseling or school counseling, but those are kind of the three fields that I'm looking at in pursuit, because I really do feel like those are the gifts that he's given me.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of my direction. So my SMART goal is, to do this slowly. So we're looking at maybe a 3-year time span.
Yeah.
And then after that, of course, getting licensed and hoping to do an internship either with Abundant Life or with a school. And then, based on the field that I choose, would be where I would get, networking opportunities and continuing education. So I really do think that having a certification in EMDR is something else that I would really like to pursue as well. So,
Yeah. And yeah, obviously I want you to go on. Just to stop on the EMDR part, we do that training, and actually we opened up another one too. So we're doing two this year. So every year we do at least one.
oh,
And it
nice.
is phenomenal. And the person who comes in has been doing it she's been training for 12 years in this, but she's been using EMDR forever. I mean,
Wow.
yeah, she's like probably one of the most reputable EMDR trainers in Kansas City, at least, and maybe in that company, EMDRI. But so anyway, just wanted to put a little bug in
No,
your
that's
ear for
great.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, and one good thing that we do is we offer it at a really deep discount. And how it kind of works is they give us so many slots, and then I have, people sign up for it and we just kind of share that cost across everybody for that. And so like this year I had about 10 people sign up, which is usually a little bit more than usual. And we're having two. And so I think the cost got down to like $500 or
Oh,
something.
wow.
And it's like
Yeah.
a 16 to $1,700 training.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah.
just put
Yeah,
that
that's
out there
great.
for
No,
you
that's
all
really
to
good to
hear.
keep in the pocket. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 absolutely. So that'll be really, really good. And it's a really good tool to use for trauma and everything, really. I
And
mean,
everything for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
So,
sorry I interrupted you, but I just wanted
no,
to cover this
no, I
one.
think I was pretty much done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so moving forward, what about when you get if you choose and just say hypothetically you've chosen whatever counseling it is, what does like getting education after that look like to you? And that's kind of just some things I want
Yeah.
you guys to think about.
Yeah, I think looking into some of the different types of professional development, the conferences, I really do think that networking just from my own personal career and professionally, I think networking just brings a whole nother
Yeah.
element to learning. And so I would really like to pursue just a lot of different types of conferences that are out there for either school counseling or for sports psychology. Those are probably the two main areas that I looked into and researched as far as like conferences go. But I do think that just continuing to add the certifications in different areas always adds to the depth that you have and what you can offer your
Yeah.
clients. And so I think it's got to be a lifetime of learning. And that's kind
Yes.
of how I see it.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, counseling is very much lifetime. Because and I mean you're always it's always changing for one, but the other part is and I could tell you're hungry for knowledge and things like that too, so there's always something coming out that you can learn from. And then always the other part is what I love about it is you're always learning about yourself.
Hmm.
I've been doing this
Yes.
probably 12 plus years. I can't remember how long now, and I still am learning so much about myself. And some stuff that I
Yeah.
would avoid out of avoidance that I didn't want to know about. And now, having the capacity to address it and things like that too. So
Yeah.
it's awesome. Very good. All right. Well, good job. Thank you so much.
Hmm.
Appreciate that. All right. Anybody who's next?
I can go next.
Okay, Macy. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, guys.
That's
All right,
okay.
I'm back.
I saw your lips moving, but
Um, For the first part, for like the career autobiography,
Yeah.
some of the earliest influences on my life in regards to my career is I kind of tied it back to like the activities and role play as a child. Like a lot of the times I would play like school or like doctor with my friends and my
Uh-huh.
cousins, and I would always want to be like the teacher or the doctor. So I've always kind of like role played like helping fields. And so that kind of lines up with like my Holland personality type, which would fall under like the social and helper. And then like throughout my childhood and like up till now, my parents have always kind of instilled in me that I should have a job that I'm passionate about because they have both had jobs that they did not like, but they had to keep those jobs because of the financial necessity.
Yeah.
So that's been instilled in my brain. And then for the second question, like what experiences have I been through that have impacted my career interest? I feel like I
Yeah.
talked about this a little bit yesterday about like my chronic illnesses and then how my faith kind of changed and navigated the road to the career path that I'm on now.
Yes.
Um, as I've had like multiple individuals on my care team, like doctors, nurses, physical therapists, and other mental health providers, they've had a big, profound impact on my health in general. So I just want to be able to give back and kind of be that type of person for someone else in a sense. And then when it came to faith, my plans kind of changed a little bit. Initially, I wanted to be a neurogastroenterologist, and then I changed and was like, no, I'm going to do psychology. And before becoming a Christian, I wanted to study like psychedelic drugs and their impact and how they could be used in like a therapeutic setting. And then once I grew in my faith, I'm like, yeah, let's not get into psychedelic drugs and let's rather do biblical counseling. So it
Good choice.
I was kind of on the right path with the psychology, but I had to alter it a little bit to fit more into God's will and God's plan.
That's right.
For sure, yeah. And then the third question, as my career path has unfolded, I've seen like distinct ways how God's providence has like been on my life.
Yeah.
Um, I transferred to University of St. Mary like sophomore year of college, and that's when I had my first like theology class.
Yeah.
And that kind of like grew my love and desire to want to like integrate theology and psychology. And so that was very beneficial. And then as I continued through my undergraduate degree, I was still kind of deciding whether what I wanted to do moving forward. And I continually felt the Lord calling me to ministry as a biblical counselor. And
Yeah.
so that's kind of how I got to where I'm at now.
I love
And then
that.
for the second part, my SMART goal was to have a job as a licensed biblical counselor at a nonprofit homeless shelter within the next 3 to 4 years. I feel like that might be maybe a little bit too specific, and I may need a little bit more time to achieve that.
Uh-huh.
Um, but that's my overall goal, and um, I do think it's attainable given like my God-given talents and my desires and just kind of the trajectory of where I would like to go.
Yes.
And then for like the third part, I kind of broke that down into like smaller steps of like how I was going to reach that. Like over this first year, I will start my like practicum and continue my classes at Calvary to help me reach toward that goal. And then the second or third year, I would like to obtain the master's degree in biblical counseling and have that licensure. And then that third or fourth year to have a job as a licensed counselor at a nonprofit. Um, I would love to work at City Union Mission because I know a lady from my church that works there as a biblical counselor. And I've always kind of just wanted to help individuals that don't have either the resources to get mental health um, services.
Hmm.
And I've just always kind of like, I will go and have conversations with homeless people and kind of put myself in maybe a somewhat dangerous situation. But I want to be able to encounter all individuals.
Yes.
And then by year 5, I would want to be able to become like adjusted to my career as a biblical counselor and determine if the
Mhm.
homeless population is where I would like to stay as my like area, or
Sure.
if I would want to kind of like expand and maybe I also have an interest in providing counseling to people that have like chronic illnesses because I have that experience. So that made me another area, but right now the main focus would be the homeless population.
Yeah.
And then building like the skills that are needed. I kind of listed some skills that I think are needed for biblical counseling,
Sure.
which is like the spiritual maturity aspect, the biblical knowledge, the discernment, the active listening, empathy, knowing how to ask questions, the application of theories, and the integration of theology and psychology. The active listening and the empathy and asking questions, I feel like those are some of my more like natural talents that I have that people have kind of highlighted and shown me. And then the areas that I know are going to take like practice in the field are the application of the theories and the integration part because that can get a little bit more specific to the client and specific to my um, philosophy or how I want to address counseling with each person. And then the spiritual maturity, Bible knowledge, and discernment, those are just ongoing things that I will grow in as I walk according to the Spirit. But I did note that I've only been a Christian for 3.5 years, so that's something that um, I do feel that I am growing more mature in my faith and have a somewhat decent knowledge of the Bible, but that's something I will continue to have to grow in because I know there's other biblical counselors and individuals out there that have been in their faith a lot longer and have more knowledge than I do. So I just got to trust that the Holy Spirit will be with me as I step into that and have that confidence.
Yeah.
And then like the networking aspect, since I'm like a little bit more introverted, I would rather have like a one-on-one conversation with someone rather than a large group because that would a little bit be overwhelming for me. So I would have a more one-on-one conversation with a set purpose and goal in mind for that conversation. Um, Currently I've been like networking with a few individuals at my local church. I have one lady that works at City Union Mission, and I've had some conversations with her about what that's like and just kind of how she actually helped me decide to go to Calvary University as well. And then there's another lady that works like at a foster slash adoption agency that provides mental health resources and it's like biblical based. So I've been
Mhm.
talking with her as well. And then um, maintaining contacts with like professors from past universities and just being involved with individuals in the community. Um, and then what else did I put? The networking aspect is something I need to be a little bit more intentional with because I feel like that's something that I definitely need to grow in, especially if I'm getting ready to step into the workforce to have those resources so more opportunities would be open for me.
Yes.
Um, Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to share. I think that's the majority of what I wrote pretty much.
Okay, so thank you for sharing all that. So I want to just like Teresa, sharing some of her stuff and then, the value and the ad that we can help with. So I just created a partnership with two places. One is
Hmm.
Shelter KC and the other
Okay.
is City Union Mission. I'm working on that one. So, and that's to provide counseling to the staff there first. So we're going to be working with that. And
Yeah.
then the next is to provide for residents that have been vetted and ready for counseling and things like that too. So,
Mhm.
so those are two things that we're working on. So you'll fit in right
Yeah.
there. And the other part is we just started a ministry at Abundant Life too for foster and adopt. So if that is
Yeah.
something else that you're interested in, our counseling is getting involved with all of that as
Hmm.
well. So yeah.
Yeah.
So all of the stuff when you start your practicum, all of that stuff will start coming together. So I love that you put all that plan together, and
Hmm.
then that's where the application starts, is when you start your practicum
Yeah.
and
I
everything
think
too.
I'm signed up to start my practicum this fall in like August. So,
Oh, excellent, excellent. Yeah, and that's right, probably right when all those relationships will really get uh,
well, that's good. Yeah.
full steam then. So
Hmm.
perfect timing.
Yes.
Yeah.
God's providence.
That's right. That's right. Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that. That is so good. I appreciate that. And you've got I mean, great roadmap ahead of you, and it looks good. I'm happy to be a part of that too. So awesome. Good job. Anybody have any questions? I should have said, anybody have any questions for Tressa or Dylan?
I did. I want to encourage you, Mason, that you briefly mentioned that your past struggles with health and other things have played a part in you seeking career in this because there's a lot of people, including past versions of me or current versions of me, who would just get bitter over that and kind of use it as an excuse to act selfishly. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to encourage you in that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you, Dylan. Yeah, we want to encourage you on that too, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Great job, Macy. All right. We got three left.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and give a shot at this. You have to excuse me. My allergies are really bad this morning.
I know. Mine are too for some reason. Yeah. But anyway,
Yeah,
just
it's terrible.
yeah.
So let me pull this up here. I was a little stuck on this a little bit. I think because I'm in a totally different path than everyone.
Yeah.
To just self-disclose, I'm 65 years old. And so I've gone through most of as far as a career path. So
Mhm.
I am not looking at a career path at this point. I'm just looking at a calling that my husband and I, we sit down, we talk a lot spiritually. And we initially were going to go into a chaplain program
Mhm.
prior to me coming to Calvary.
Yeah.
So I'm on a different path. Mine is more to serve
Yeah.
than it is to find a career within itself. I still enjoy traveling. So
Yeah.
I don't want to be really bogged down too much, but I do want to help. So
Yeah.
anyway, so like I said, I was in the U.S. Navy. And when I was in high school, my goal was to be a fashion merchandiser. I was very much into fashion. I made clothes. I redesigned clothes when I was a young age. Was not thinking about, education, counseling, anything like that. And I was inspired by that after having those talents in art classes and drawing fashion designs by, I don't know if people are familiar with Diana Ross, but there
Yeah.
was a movie she made, Mahogany, and in
Yeah.
high school that really inspired me that yes, this is going to be my path. So also, I had two eldest sisters that were career women, and they lived in the city. I live in a small town, very royal town in the
Yeah.
mountains, 2,000 people, even today.
Wow.
And so they was in the city, and they were a career woman, and so they inspired me to not want to stay in that small royal town and work either in a factory or domestic work. So for me, that was I got to get out of here. And those were my three inspirations. Um, so I decided in my senior year, I um, registered for an out-of-state school in fashion merchandising. And it was more than out of state; it was across the country.
Wow.
Unfortunately, bothered my mother. And she did not want me to go that far. And I had did all the financial aid, everything. And she was like, absolutely not. And kind of, had a fit about it. And so I didn't go. Um, she made it a little bit more difficult, but determined to leave that town and do something. And watching all my friends go to college and stuff, I decided to join the Navy,
Yeah.
which I really went far then. So maybe I was kind of getting back at her a little bit.
Yeah.
So spending 5 years in the military, definitely changed my career trajectory for sure.
Yeah.
But I gained a lot of experiences, became a mother. And at the time, I transitioned from the military to civilian life. And back then it wasn't easy. It just wasn't easy when you got out of the military, and sometimes it was rejected in the career fields. Today it's much more respected
Yeah.
and easier to convert from military to civilian than it was back then. So it was difficult to get, back in the workplace. I had a child. I decided, I thought, I was going to go back into the fashion merchandising thing, but, there were some barriers. One, I had a child. I had the money to do it. But I wasn't able to do it. I got married, and my husband then was in the military as well. So, and we went through a lot of relocations, raising children. I dabbled in different jobs from human resources to retail management. And it was difficult, even though I kept trying. I've been to about 5, 6 different colleges.
Mm.
It was difficult, and having children and continuing my education.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I was forced to be a stay-at-home mom. Um, so, um, but during my marital issues, I was married for 17 years, my first marriage, who was in the military. So we traveled a lot, like I said. And then, I found myself, needing to go back in the workplace, because if I end up divorced, I'm probably going to be left raising 5 children.
Hmm.
So I entered college again and again and again and again,
Yeah.
And so, I end up gaining a real high demand skill in management and information technology. And I was working, but one day I decided, oh, I'm gonna, people kept saying, that's a high skill that people need. And so I decided, okay, well, I'm gonna put out, a resume, and it was like they were right. I went into working for the vice president in a large commercial property firm, and I was her assistant. And then I went into working for the Department of Education, and then end up being in the D.C. Washington D.C. area, working for an engineering and applied science federal government contractor,
Mm.
which I stayed for a long time. Did a lot of writing for them, a lot of technical writing. Um, from my education and that I gained that knowledge from. Um, so I guess when I went through my divorce, eventually, after being married for 17 years, I was in a situation that I can give testimony to in my journey, because though I gained valuable work experience, degrees, and certification, I give all the credit in my achievements of keeping God at the
Yeah.
forefront of my life. you
Yes.
know, and I tell people today, including my children, prayer works,
Yeah.
and reading the Bible was instrumental. It was something that I had to during those ups and downs and all those roller coasters that I had to have something grounded. And that's where I, stayed in my faith and anything that I went through, that was my guidance counselor.
That's awesome.
So
Yes, absolutely.
um, So, through numerous expectation life events, I've drastically shifted my direction, focus and motivation over the years. I've overcome a lot of hurdles. And today I'm just simply, I'm not looking for a career path. I'm looking to serve and use what I gained and some of the hurdles that I went through to help someone else.
I love
There
that.
was times that when I was a military spouse, I think I've talked about this during our group counseling, that I would volunteer to help some of the younger military spouses, and sometimes some of them had some real struggles, and it's difficult. Being a military spouse, especially young, and being in a foreign country,
Mm.
away from your family, it's difficult to land jobs because it may be easier now, but back then. And so I would help a lot of those ladies to try to get grounded and, and maintain their faith, and take care of their families and still, be themselves and gain something for themselves, because I think that's really important because you just never know. And so you have to still remain some sort of independent. So that's where I am now. Um, I initially was looking at, working with children of separated and divorced parents as well as veterans. But after going through all the research in these courses, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for me to work with children simply because it's a very sensitive, lot of rules, and as far as confidentiality, and plus when you're talking about parents that are in toxic relationships, it even though I would always try to help children, and I have always tried to help children, coming from a large family, that's just what we did, and we still do. We just love children,
Sure.
but that's a little bit going to be a little bit more difficult, especially at this phase in my life, So I'm not sure. I think I'm going to, remain focused on the veterans.
Yeah.
I'm currently involved with some women veterans. We meet on every Sunday. So, and then I'm looking at, you know, I already am a little bit involved in veteran administration, because I am a veteran.
Hmm.
And so I think I'm going to reach out to maybe do some volunteer work for them to, start, getting myself into maybe the field that I, not field, but the service that I want to provide.
Yeah.
So I did the SMART, and so I probably was a little bit more generic. I wasn't detailed as Macy was,
That's all
but I
right.
probably should be.
Oh, you're
So
good.
I'm on my, I am, uh, after these two courses for this session, I have two more counseling courses to take. So I'm in line to take those this summer. I was going to take the summer off, but Jennifer let me know that these courses wouldn't come back up again until next summer. So I
Yeah.
don't want to drag it out that long.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to do vacation and with my grandkids and these courses at the same time.
Yeah. I hear.
So hopefully by the fall, I'll be doing my practicum. And then eventually my goal, and then my initial goal was I have a grandson that lives with us that we took on last year, was to be graduated by the time he graduates,
Okay.
and he graduates next year.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully, I can reach that and be done. But again, this my specifics is to focus on helping veterans and military spouses transitioning to civilian, because I've been there, I've done that, and I still do it. I've had my own children who had to transition from the military civilian, and a lot of friends and family that I've helped with their resumes and
Mhm.
different, try to line up what careers they can go in their conversion from the military, because not everybody in the military have a skill that is transferable to civilian. You have some people in infantry and
Yeah.
and different fields that is just not transferable. So they may need to get a job until they get, some other education or training, maybe technical schools or something like that.
Yeah.
So the measurable, like I said, is to complete my master's degree and successfully pass the state licensure. I'm trying to now, I'm in this one group that is already doing studies for the licensure exam. So attainable, like I said, I was a little stuck on this, so you might have to help me when I get done with this.
Okay.
Attainable is to use my personal military background
Yes.
and current academic enrollment to complete my coursework and required clinical hours.
Yeah.
So
That's
relevant. This directly aligns with my passion for helping others to navigate, um, same transitional struggles. Um, Time bond. Again, graduate my master's degree with hopefully, hopefully it'll be less than 2 years. Hopefully,
yeah.
like I
Yeah.
said, it'll be by the time my grandson, because I have a feeling that right behind my grandson, here comes his sister, my granddaughter.
Oh yeah.
So, who's pushing to come stay with us as well. So, I mean, I'm gonna be tired.
You are.
So, but I still want to do this because it's so needed and it's
Yeah.
going to be even more needed
Yeah.
with all that's going on globally right now. I can see it. Still have another son that's in the military who's stationed overseas, and he's in a higher professional field. But even that, all the transitions that the military has to make and all the things that they go through
Yeah.
is really, really difficult. So I definitely feel that it's somewhere that I can be utilized.
Absolutely.
Um, and so 5-year career plan, like I said, I'm not looking for a career,
Yeah. I get you. That's
but
okay.
I'm looking to serve.
Yes.
And the thing is that when you get my age, you've kind of figured out things,
Yes.
and so or you want to be able to figure out things. So I
Yeah.
want to make sure whatever I'm doing, it's fulfilling, and it's God's direction.
Yes.
And so that's how I live, and anything that I do, I try to refer back to God and ask, what should I do?
Absolutely.
And these are the callings that I feel that direction that God wants me to be in, and possibly even put me through some of the trials and tribulations and the journeys that I went through to get me here.
Right.
So I know a lot of people are like, I cannot believe that you are going back to school at the age of 65. Well, I love to learn.
Yeah.
So, but also there was some things that I needed to be able to get into counseling. Like I said, we were looking at doing the chaplain. My husband is a retired educator, actually a retired school administrator. And we're just not kind of the rocking chair kind of grandparents.
That's right.
So, and we feel a need to help, and we help a lot. But there's certain things that as far as me being able to help with the VA or even the children that I was looking at helping, I just needed some credentials to be able to do that.
Sure.
Totally different than my previous career path,
Yeah.
but you
That's
know,
good.
I'm here.
Well, here's what I would say to you. Thank you for that. It's awesome. And I'm so glad that, God's got you in this position because you are going to be able to help so many people, and especially with your personality and things like that too. I know that you can build trust with them really quickly and help them out. Another thing is, we've got somebody at Abundant Life who's a certified play therapist. So, if you would like to speak with her for a little bit, let me know. and she can give
Sure.
you the ins and outs of what it looks like to work with children, if that's your passion. So we can do that. Just remind me, let me know. And we have another person who's a veteran as well at Calvary. I don't know if you know Charlie. So you may, I don't know if you've had a class with him, but anyway, he's almost done and he's a veteran. So maybe there's some type of thing that you can look at because he's wanted to do work with them too.
Mhm.
And that's another one. And then we have another student who's like 74 years old. And she's graduating in, I think, May. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, she went back to school to get her degree so she can help her church. So
Yeah.
it's never too late to get started in this, and God led you to this, and I just think it's awesome what you're doing, and I look, kind of look forward to what He has planned for you. Oh, and another thing, I have a Calvary graduate who's in Texas, and he can kind of help you through the licensing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Great.
he's a
Great.
Calvary graduate as well.
I
So
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
yeah.
You know,
So
it's different. It's different.
mhm.
But I'm starting to make those some of the connections. The Women Veterans Group is really helpful.
Yeah.
Because the one that leads it, she's a counselor with PhD.
Yeah.
I just need to, with this here, I was looking at, either the Texas Workforce Commission, who's doing vocational counseling for veterans,
Hmm.
or straight through the veterans.
Yeah.
So I'm going to probably reach out to them here within the
Yeah.
next week or so. So,
That's awesome. So everybody listen, I just wanted to point out when and it just kind of came to my mind when Joyce was talking about all this. It's the stories that we have that lead us up to all of this. So everybody has, that's what I love about this, is everybody has a story that's led you to where you're at. And God laid that a gift of passion on you, um, and that gift of empathy and all of those things. And but we all have those stories behind us that where we can relate to others. That's the beauty of all of this. And when somebody feels related to and listened to and felt and heard and seen and all those, that's 80% of it right there. The rest is then you can get down to the work. And that's what I was saying. I think with you, Joyce, man, you're going to be able to build that trust with veterans quickly. So I can't wait for you to get started on that stuff. So yeah. Well, good job. I appreciate it. Yeah, way to go. Okay. Anybody have questions for Joyce? Thoughts, concerns, anything? All right. Well, Peter, I got you up next.
Okay. Yeah. Um, so for me, so my earliest career influence, so I so the difficult rural environment, so I grew up, so influenced my future career a lot. So the countryside was so in China was extremely poor, and there's a lot of hard works. So then my primary thought, so at that time was simply, so how to leave the countryside and find a better environment. So I studied very hard and determined to get into university. So then when I finally have the opportunity to go to university, but at that time I know nothing about the future and also the outside world, since I always stay in my countryside. At that time, my uncle, so who had the highest level of education in our family, so became the most important uh, influence of my career choice. So he chose the veterinary medicine major for me, and the main reason is so if I studied that major, so I can easily find a job and to make money in the future. So
Yeah.
this is the influence. So the experience shaped my interest is so during my college studies, I noticed that the life goal of the people around me was to study hard, find a good job, and then retire while waiting for death. So I didn't want to enter such a cycle. So after finishing my undergraduate and master degree, I saw that many people's disease were not being healed, but yet my future might just involve treat pests. So I am willing to continue in veterinary medicine. So I shifted my focus to biochemistry. So during my PhD program, so
Wow.
I could study how to treat human disease. So, but over
Wow.
time, I discovered that scientific research was not as I had imagined it to be, focused on better healing people disease. Instead, it was more about achieving good research results, publishing papers, and gaining a good reputation, gathering better job opportunities, and making more money. Yeah, this led to my decision to come to the United States from China. So using postdoctoral research to see if there were different paths in my life. So as soon as I arrived in the United States, I truly got to know Jesus and accepted Jesus as my personal savior. So then I
Mm.
realized that the meaning of my life is to be with the Creator forever and to help others to know Jesus and become children of God. So after I believe in Jesus Christ, I quickly felt a clear calling from God to become a missionary. So I knew this path would be more blessed because my past scientific research only had temporary value, but whereas helping others to know Jesus has eternal value. So
Mm.
through this experience, I made up my mind to go to seminary to equip myself as a minister. So God used 4 years to prepare me and my wife. Then I came to Calvary University, to study for the Master of Divinity. Yeah. So
Wow.
then, so for my path unfolding, so from a graduation from seminary and began my ministry as a minister right now, I have become increasingly clear that God called me to serve Him and fully time in a special grace so given to me by Lord. So although it may seem like it is for the sake of serving the church, so in the process of following the Lord, I have benefited greatly myself. So previously, I think I can serve others, but at least at the last, I
Yeah.
find this God is really good to me. Yeah. So
Absolutely.
then I have more opportunities to recognize my own weakness while also having more chance to experience how the Lord so becomes my strength and satisfaction. So
Yeah.
accompany the people I encountered to know Jesus and become the Jesus disciple. So this is the path the Lord Himself chose for me. So then I pray that the Lord allows me to faithfully walk the path of a fully time ministry. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So for the smart career goal development. So since right now I already do the ministry work in the Mid-American. So I want to build at least one fully committed disciple on every university campus. So with Chinese students in the Midwest of the United States. I probably is then 10 states. Yeah. And the Marble, so then I want to every campus fellowship, Bible study group, or church, they will send Christians to the Christian Witness Center, so located in Warsaw, Missouri. So for discipleship training each year, then they can serve the Christians and the gospel friends at their campus. So
Mm.
currently, so I think more than 40 campus fellowships, Bible study groups, or churches in the Midwest were established under the leadership or influence of CWC co-workers.
Mm.
So on the vast majority of campus, people have continuously come to attend meeting, discipleship Bible camp. So at the CWC, so I can use the training periods and the annual short-term mission trip to visit the peoples around this campus. So and right now as a pastor, so my purpose is to make people disciples of Jesus Christ. So the
Man.
mission the Lord has given me is now to how to first build disciples among these Chinese people in the Midwest. So
Mm.
for the time born, so as long as the Lord does not lead me away from the Midwest, this will continue. And also
Yeah.
this teaching is learned from my wife. My wife says, If there's no any clearly calling, so just stay here." Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think yeah I will start with Missouri since right now I'm living in Missouri. So then praying more in the process, waiting to see how God leads the next step and which campus to focus on. Uh, for the 5 year career plan, I think the first year, so I think maybe complete the courses, certifications for career development and biblical counseling,
Mhm.
and build more Christians who can lead and shepherd churches in Missouri. So,
Mhm.
and the second year, take some courses on prayer and spiritual formation to continue deepening my relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ. I think this is crucial for me. Yeah. And
Absolutely.
began to serve the campus fellowships, Bible study groups, and the churches in the neighboring states such as Arkansas. Yeah, to build more disciples there.
Mhm.
And the third year, I want to take some courses on maybe worship to lead Christians to worship God together in spirit
Mhm.
and in truth, and continue expanding my service to campus. Yeah, there's a lot of campus in the Midwest America,
Yes.
and build more disciples. And the fourth year, so I think maybe take some courses about missionary, so then I can reach more people with different background uh, on the neighboring campus, and also, yeah, just want to reach more states, more
Mhm.
campus. And the fifth year, I want to pursue a doctor of ministry. So actually, this is my pastor. So give me suggestion after several years of service. Yeah, then you can to summarize your service in the Midwest and continue to regularly and consistently serving God's church on various campuses in the Midwest. Uh,
Mhm.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, the starting point and the ultimate purpose of all these plans are centered on how to lead more people to become disciple of Jesus. Yeah,
Mhm.
for my experience, yeah, it's really Jesus saved me and changed my life and give me the real meaning of my life. So I
Mhm.
otherwise I didn't know anything about
Mhm.
my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, so first
Yeah.
of all, love your passion, man. I love your passion, and thank you for for that. A couple things that I wanted to kind of hand out to you. We have a what part of China are you from?
East of China. Yeah. Yeah, east of China, Shandong province.
Oh, okay, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Um, So we have an individual from China at Abundant Life who is leading all of the missions that we got going on for Abundant Life. So he handles all the trips and everything. Love to get you with him. Just, I don't know, who knows what may come out of that. Just network in some way, right? And just to know him and, and you guys just kind of discuss a little bit what's going on. And maybe there is some kind of partnership that you guys can do. Um, the other part is, so we went to Cambodia and China last year, and Beijing is where we went in China, and then gosh, I can't even remember in Cambodia it was by the ocean somewhere. So, and I can't remember what the name of that city, but we first flew into the capital and then drove probably 2 hours to where we were going. So I can't remember the name of it, but it's anyway. There's an international school there where a lot of different people come in to teach, and they teach all the way from, I think it's kindergarten all the way through high school, and it's a Christian international school. And in Cambodia, only 5% or less are Christians there. And so it was pretty phenomenal. They've got about 600 or 700 students, 60 teachers, things like that too. So anyway, I'd love to get you with Jay. That's his name, and he's from China, like I said, and who knows what could blossom from that. And maybe he can help you around what campuses and all of that stuff too. Anybody have any questions for Peter? Thoughts? All right, great job. Appreciate that. And you got your track down, what you're getting ready to do and where God's leading you. So thank you for that and your passion too. Appreciate that. Okay. Last but certainly not least.
Oh, hello. I haven't had coffee today, so that's why I'm a little bit more quiet. But for I shared a little bit yesterday about, my life and just how like I wanted to be a teacher at one point, but then I was like, no, too much work, grading stuff. And then at one point, I wanted to be a photographer because my parents were photographers. But I remember my mom saying, "Oh, you don't have to be a photographer just because we are. Like, choose something that you will earn more money and work less. Because at least in Brazil, it's a lot of work and it's not really, um, you don't get a lot of money for being a photographer there." Um, but funny enough, like whenever I was around 13. I was like, well, I don't want to do anything with photography, like I don't like how my parents are never on like at home on weekends. Like we don't have normal parents, like it's always
Mhm.
they're working a lot. And and so because of that, I was like, oh, I don't want anything to do with photography. But I was always helping at my parents' business. They also have like a wedding dress rental thing with like bridesmaid dresses and suits, and they had like a spa too. And so it was a whole industry of like focus on weddings and stuff. And so started to help them since I was 9. I love being with my parents. My dad taught me to edit photos, and so I was always there. And then but I was like, well, I don't want that for my life in the future. But then when I was 13, my mom started like, you should come. You should come to the events with us, be our assistant, just see how things are done. And I was like, okay, fine. And but I still didn't really want to learn. I was just like, whatever. But then when I was 14, my mom took me to a photography conference, and that's when things change. I don't know what it was. I thought it was so cool see those people sharing their lives and their passion. And there's so many people there like there was like the entrepreneur aspect. A lot of people were like business people that did photography, and some of them were more like artists, like they like photography was their art, and then they're just selling to live and stuff. And so I just thought it was really cool hear them sharing and seeing their work, and I was like, wow, like that's crazy. And so when I came back, I was like, Mama, I want to learn, like teach me. And so that's when my parents taught me to take pictures. But it wasn't like that's when I started to think about making movies in the future.
Yeah.
And, and so after that, around that time, my mom came to the States to take pictures at a wedding from some people from my church. They were missionary kids. And so when she came to the States, the groom, he took my mom to a Bible college that he went to. And my mom was like, why are you bringing me here? And he's like, well, for Camila. At that time, I was 13. So she was like, what? Like send my daughter to the States? That's crazy. She's like, well, it would be good for her to like stay at least a year to learn more about the Bible. And so when she went back to Brazil, she was like, maybe we should start working for towards that and pray about it. And so when I was around 16, 1 year before I graduated high school, my mom was like, Camila, I don't know if we're gonna have enough money. Like we've been saving every month, but I don't know if we're gonna have enough money. And and then she was like, well, if you change schools, like if you go to a public school, um, we are able to like save that money that goes towards your school to that. And also, if you go to a public school, you're going to have more time because it's easier. So you can work the afternoons. My mom used to work in the morning,
Hmm.
took the photos. And so she was like, if you want, I give you the afternoon. And like whatever you make, um, we only take like the expenses out of it, and then the rest you can save for college. And so I was like, okay, fine. And so I started working part-time for my parents, having my own clients, and it was a very good and growing experience. I was really shy at that time, so I
Yeah.
really had to learn how to, talk with people and make them feel comfortable like right away so then they could have good photos. And everyone would say that like I had good eye for photography. They're like, Camila, you're really good at it. um, it wasn't like my passion. I didn't love doing it, but I enjoyed it. It was good, and I was happy that I was good at something.
Yeah.
And so when I came to the States, I was already planning on going to a filming school. It was my plan B, so I had already enrolled in a school. I had passed the test and everything. But since I came to the States, then I let that go. And then like after a while being in the States, I just started feeling that the Lord wanted me to stay. And so I was like, okay, I guess that dream is like, gone. And then it was fine. Like I didn't really, the desire kind of went away. And then, so then I was in that school for 3 years. And in the last year, I was like, okay, I don't know what to do next. I do want to be in ministry. Um, I do want to get married one day. So I started think of all these things of like, I want to, if I have kids one day, I would like to be at home with them. And so in the meantime, while I don't have a husband or kids, I need to be doing something and I need to be able to provide for myself. And so counseling just popped up. I was like, okay, like it could be a career that could support me until I have a husband and kids. And also, even when I have kids, it's such a flexible job that I could still do something. Like I
Yeah.
could still, even counsel online or even like do fewer hours a week. And also, I've always like I grew up with both parents working, so that's all I knew. And so I kind of I was like, wouldn't I be bored if I just stayed at home? But but I've always thought like, I should be using my gifts and what the Lord has taught me. I'm so sorry, I need to drink water.
That's right.
um I have to use, to always be giving back, what the Lord has given me, I need to give it back.
Yeah.
And we never know what can happen. Like, yeah, I will get married, my husband provide for me, but then we never know what can happen, and like what if he dies or if something happens and I have to work and I have to provide for my kids.
Mm.
And so in a way I always had that in the back of my mind of like it is good for a woman have a career, even if she decides to stay at home with the kids in the future. And so that's why like in a way like why I chose counseling, because just like being realistic in the lifespan, I feel like counseling fits really well in a woman's life just because it's just such a flexible job. And and so that's basically like my I don't know, my past in
Yeah.
seeking career. I've also done a bunch of different jobs just when COVID happened and I couldn't go back to Brazil. I stayed with a family that he was a contractor, and so he worked construction stuff, and so I worked doing roofs. Like people would never guess that, but I worked, up in the roof and doing all other type of stuff, construction stuff, and I learned a lot with that, and I think it built character. And I've worked, in a lip balm factory. And so like I've never stopped, like I've never just like done nothing. Like I've always been doing something. And I enjoy being busy. And right now I work for the marketing at school and I also do photography on the side. So leading that to the goals, my I have a few SMART goals. So the first one is complete my master's in biblical counseling. I have a year and a half left. Hopefully, hopefully not 2 years, but it's looking like a year and a half. And so I really hope to finish that. And then um, I want to take the licensure exam. So probably like 6 months before graduating, I want to start like prepare myself for that more, intensively. I do want to still grow and maintain my photography business on the side, just as a source of income, while I don't have, that source of income through the counseling
Sure.
here. And yeah, and then I'm gonna get married in May, and then after that, I'm not gonna have a job at Calvary anymore. So hopefully after that, I will be able to find like a part-time job, and then do my photography on the side, and then yeah, be able to balance those out while I don't graduate. But hopefully after I graduate, I'll get more of a permanent place at Abundant Life or somewhere else, and that way I won't have to like do photography or something. Um, so for my 5-year career plan, for the educational goals, in my first 2 years, I want to be finishing my master's, and then year three, hopefully, I already have my license or at least be studying for it. And then year 4 and 5, I want to just be learning through books and training, certifications, or whatever I feel more like, you know, led to.
Yeah.
Right now, I feel like I would love to counsel couples or women, like, I'm not really into kids, like counseling kids, but I would like to like teach adult women, not teach, counsel adult women and couples. I've always loved to read books about couples and relationships and things like that. So for the skill development in the first 2 years, I would like to grow in listening, asking thoughtful questions, and learning to apply the Bible into counseling situations. And year three, I want to focus on gaining confidence and leading sessions. Like at that time, I should probably be already counseling, at least with a supervisor. And then year 4 and 5, I want to just deepen my ability to handle diverse counseling cases. And then for the internship and job experience, the first 2 years, I I want to intern with Abundant Life, and at the same time, I want to be growing my photography business because that's just how life is gonna be for a while.
Yeah.
And then year three, I'm gonna be done with my internship in Abundant Life. Hopefully, they'll offer me a full-time position or part-time or something like that. And yeah, and hopefully at that time, year three, I won't need to do photography like for the financial support. Maybe if I do, it will be more like a hobby or really side job. Or and then year 4 and 5, yeah, I want to continue work with counseling, build a consistent client base, and maybe start mentoring other people, other counselors too.
Yeah.
And then for the last thing, the networking strategies, the first 2 years, I want to build relationships with the supervisors and mentors at Abundant Life, and as well with the professors and classmates.
Mm-hmm.
I want to stay connected with the leadership at Abundant Life. I want to seek mentorship from experienced counselors, attend workshops or conferences and trainings when possible. And then for the last 2 years, 4 and 5, just strengthen the relationship with the workplace and the church too, and then just stay connected in the counseling world. So that's yeah, sorry if I went too fast or too
No,
slow.
no, it was all good. I appreciate it. It just amazes me everybody's story that led everybody to where they're at right now. But it all, you can see God's hand in working through and guiding you. And even the part where you said roofing, you know, working on a roof. I did that a couple of summers too. I know how that is. It's not fun for sure, but anyway, yeah, appreciate that. That's a great story, and you got a really good plan. moving forward. So, anybody have any thoughts, questions? Oh, Camilla, I want to say we've got a couple of people who work with women only type at Abundant Life. So if you needed to talk with them or anything, we can get you hooked up there. So that'll be our networking that we can do. Anybody have any thoughts, questions, or anything? All right, great job. Appreciate it. Yeah, everybody, you guys did a really good job. Appreciate your hard work on that. Can we take a few minutes? What time is it? Let's take 10. Let's come back at 10:30 and restart. All right. All right. Thank you. Let's take a little break. Okay, here we go. This is the end of the first one, and it'll move into the second one. So
6 years.
That's right. And your godmother and your grandmother, they'll all see you in different ways. So if we can take all of their input and put it together with what you see in yourself as well, maybe we can create just a little bit of a stronger picture of who you are and a better idea of who you are.
Okay.
Will that work?
Yep.
So this one is a lady who's getting ready to make a career change. And so part of what we'll be learning today is transitioning, career changes and transitioning. So that's why this one is going to be important for us today. So just wanted to show you this one.
Hi, Melanie. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Now, I see, just looking briefly at the forum, that it said you got laid off from your job, but I don't know much else about you other than that. So maybe you could start by just telling me something about who you are.
Sure. Right out of high school, I took the travel and tourism course, and I started working for the airlines.
Okay.
And I've been there for about the last 10 years.
Okay.
And basically, I came into work one day, and they told me that my position had been eliminated.
Oh, no. I mean,
the industry isn't the greatest right now, so there was 3 people plus a supervisor, and so they've just taken out the 3 positions and left the supervisor, and I feel I kind of don't know what my next step is now. I don't know really where I want to go, and most of my training has been right in that industry, and there's not a lot of jobs out there right now. So.
Wow, so you've put a lot of time working in there, you're doing a good job, and now you kind of just get
nothing.
Drop cold just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's that making you feel?
I feel like I've wasted a lot of time, actually, because I've been looking since it just happened a couple months ago, but I've been applying for a lot of jobs, and I feel confident in my skills, but I'm not getting the callbacks to sell myself at an interview.
Okay.
So I feel really discouraged, and like I've wasted a lot of time in the industry that's going nowhere, and I kind of don't see the future in it. So I'm confused as to if I should stay and continue to plug along and look in that industry, or if I should look a different way.
Okay, so I mean, especially when it just ends so quickly like that, it's just like you get dropped, and then there's all these feelings of confusion and discouragement, and
exactly.
Just
there was no notice either. I
notice.
went into work on Wednesday and got the letter right that day, and basically they said I could just go home. So it wasn't even a 2-week layoff or period before the time. So
there's no way to kind of get yourself
Get
set
used to
for
it,
it or
yeah.
get used to it.
Yeah.
Just and for no reason that nothing you've done wrong.
yeah, exactly. They gave me excellent recommendations for other jobs, and tell them to phone us for reference.
yeah.
So that's why I said I felt kind of confident. And when I started applying places,
Yeah.
I really wasn't worried, and I
Yeah.
can't even get callbacks, and that's what really worries me, is that is showing me that there's not a lot of jobs out there when they're not even calling for interviews.
Okay, so you started out feeling like, oh, well, this isn't, I didn't like it, but I can
work with
I have
it.
all these skills and you can work with it. But now you're sort of starting to second guess that as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. I'm losing that confidence, I guess, because I'm not getting those calls for interviews to sell myself.
Okay. And so that's bringing you down. Do you find yourself kind of going up and down, or do you feel like it's...
Yes, actually, I didn't really think about it, but I do have waves where I feel really good.
Yeah.
And like I said, my confidence is up and I'm ready. And then after a couple applications with no callbacks, I go back on the down slope.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people have talked about this, like almost like an emotional roller coaster experience with that.
Yeah, I didn't really think about the ups being in there, but there are ups.
There are times
I get
that you
the
go
up, and then I come
it's
back
crashing down.
Yeah.
Okay. So where are you at today?
I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of maybe looking for ideas on what else I could do. Like I said, I feel like I'm getting a little bit too old to be starting over as far as school and what I would be qualified for with the skills I have in that industry. And like I said earlier, maybe just if I should stay with the industry and try and find maybe a different position within the same field.
Yeah, yeah.
Or start all over and do something different. Maybe, working with kids, or I don't really know. I just feel kind of like lost all over the place.
Yeah,
I need sort of like some focus, I guess.
Just to sort of pull things together.
Yeah.
One of the things that we often use is kind of this wheel diagram. I have one here and you can see that when you think of a career in the center here, there's certain skills you bring to it, and interests and values and your personal style. The significant others means, other people, family, friends, partners, whatever, that fit in there. Your education, your work experience in the labor market, and all of these kind of come together to focus on a career goal. I'm wondering if it might be, that's sort of the model that I'm working through, and hopefully you can use this for yourself in terms of building up some of the knowledge in these areas to sort of see where they're pointing in terms of a career direction.
Okay.
That seemed like it might be helpful for you?
Yeah, actually, I didn't really think, I was just basing everything on my skill and my experience and my educational background.
Okay, so kind of...
And not really thinking about my interests or values or personal style.
And some of these other things.
It was mostly just the skills and the educational background.
I think even when we look at skills, one of the things that we'll have to look at is the idea of transferable skills, because sometimes these skills are, they're focused in a particular industry, but they actually can fit into different kinds of industries.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might
phone skills and office skills are all you could do them anywhere.
Any other kind of office work or meeting people.
Right. Dealing with the customers and handling them, because I have a lot of experience with irate passengers, and so handling people that are upset or whatever. I have that.
So that's
that I could use in a different way, probably.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of something like that, dealing with irate passengers, what's involved in that?
Staying calm.
Staying calm.
Keeping them calm.
Keeping them calm.
Yeah.
And how can you see that might transfer into other situations?
I guess just if whatever position you would be in, if you had a crisis or something like that you could stay calm and keep them calm and kind of look at the situation and calm it down, I guess, in that way, so that it didn't get bigger, get out of proportion.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things.
Maybe in any situation, really, too.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
If you start thinking about it, I mean, there's a lot of people who, are confronting customers or clients or, lots of people in situations where there's some kind of antagonism. And you got to being able to stay calm and sort of smooth over a situation is a really useful skill.
Yeah. I never really thought about it like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it might be worthwhile just, so even with the skills, I think just trying to break them down to see the more generic sense of the skill. And so we'll take it out of, take it out of the particular industry and sort of see how it might be applied in other situations might be useful too.
Yeah, I'm looking at them in different ways, like to use them in different ways is what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well let's, now to do that, there's lots of different ways of kind of starting to build the knowledge in there, and I've got a workbook that I might get you to sort of use for that, but also maybe just today, since we're here, I thought maybe just walking through an activity with you just to, start with one of these and see kind of starting to build on what that would look like. So if we did something maybe, well, let's start with interest. You said you know quite a bit about skills, but let's maybe just start from what you are really interested in and see where that takes us.
What I'm interested in?
Yeah. What kind of things do you do for fun?
I like being outdoors.
Okay.
Skating.
Yeah.
Being around people.
Okay.
Yeah, I just love people. I like music.
Okay. So which one would you like to explore?
As far as working?
Forget about
just
the work
interest?
for a bit. Yeah, just interest. Doing something for fun. Yeah, what do you do? What do you say when you say people?
Watch people.
Watching people. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And where do you do that, or what?
Everywhere. Just like, if you go out for coffee and sit somewhere and then just watch the people walking by and sort of interacting if you're near a bus stop and just watching people and.
Okay, well let's take that one now. To help us with that, it might be useful to use a flip chart just to write down some of the ideas.
Sure.
So that's okay. Well, I got one over here, so I'll just pull it over and then we can look at that in a little more depth.
Okay.
It's sort of a little exercise.
Excellent.
Okay. Okay, Melanie, I thought that was really interesting what you said about, just watching people sitting in a coffee shop or something. Is that what the situation?
Yeah.
Can you think, what I'd like to do is just really kind of break that down into the component pieces, and then maybe, is there a time when you don't really enjoy it, or?
When I don't enjoy watching people?
Yeah.
No.
Or when it's less enjoyable?
No, unless I'm really grumpy. But even then, I think I just watch them differently.
Okay. Well, let's just take it from from what you do. You're in. Can I just write a few?
Sure.
What I'd like to do is just sort of put some things down as you say them.
Okay.
And so I just want you to just kind of go through an experience. Think of a specific time when you were sitting in a coffee shop, sort of watching people.
Okay.
Okay. You think of that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What's that like? Well, I mean, where are you?
Starbucks.
Okay. You're in a coffee shop.
Yeah.
And you're sort of watching. Where do you, by yourself, or you?
Sure. Yep. By myself.
Okay,
or with a friend. Usually, the specific one I'm thinking about, I was with a friend.
Okay.
So I was with a friend at this particular time.
Okay. And then what happens? What time of day is it?
It's like late afternoon, like 4 o'clock-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's really busy.
Okay, and it's really busy.
Yeah.
And where are you sitting?
We're sitting like the counters that go along the windows.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're at the counter.
So we're inside, but we can see outside and inside.
Okay. Okay.
And it's like noisy.
Okay, no busy and it's noisy.
Yeah, like, you know, can hear just the hustle and bustle of downtown kind of thing.
Everything's kind of alive.
Yeah.
And so what are you doing?
Just watching people and, like, just kind of commenting if we see someone that has clothes that we like. You know, we'll say, oh, look at her boots.
Yeah.
Or nice hair.
Yeah.
Or just kind of checking the people out. And
so this is both of you doing it together.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're commenting on people, is it mostly about the physical appearance, or?
No, we kind of play, this is with my one friend, that we kind of wonder who people are. Like, who is this guy? Where is he coming from? Did he just get off work? Is he going to work? Where does he live? Where is he coming from? What's he, you know, kind of like, what's he about?
Lots of questions about.
Yeah, just like inquiring minds. That's kind of what we are.
Yeah.
That's how we look at ourselves. We have to be, you know, the society people going around checking on everyone, what they're into.
And so you're almost kind of like putting identities on these people, like sort of trying to figure out everything about them.
I guess. I never really thought about it, like putting identities on people. But yeah, just questioning, kind of wondering. I just wonder a lot, kind of like how people work and what they're about.
So I'm just kind of imagining that there's this banter going on back and forth. Is that what's happening? You're talking back and forth about, take a look at him. What do you think he does?
Yeah, and we'll say, you know, where do you think he's coming from? Oh, he just dropped his car off at the detailer or whatever.
Okay.
You know, oh, what kind of car does he have? And we'll kind of go on that. Or, you know, he's really frustrated. Maybe he needs to go to the gym. He looks mad. Like, you can tell by people's manner, like if they're in a good mood or if they smile or if they brush past you kind of rough. Like, check out their moods and kind of gauge on that, see where they're at.
Wow, so you're really building a whole scenario here, a whole scene. Yeah.
It's just entertainment. Cheap entertainment.
Cheap entertainment. You don't talk to these people particularly.
No. Sometimes we'll say hi. Like, if they catch our eye and make direct eye contact and they'll give you a wink or a nod or something, then we'll say hi, and, you know, we're not rude or anything. And we don't talk about people in a bad way, like where they can hear us, or we don't try and put them down or anything like that. It's just like kind of our own little game that we play, I guess.
Wow. And how long would this go on for?
We'll usually if we go for coffee, it's about an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else about it?
I think, would it make any sense if I said that we were doing something but doing nothing?
Okay.
Like, physically, we're not moving around, we're not going anywhere, but our brains are, like, really active, and so we're occupied, it's passing our time, but we're not doing, like, a lot of physical stuff.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Any sense.
So it's active, you're occupied,
but we're doing nothing at the same time.
But you're doing
we're drinking
nothing.
coffee.
Yeah.
That's our action.
Action, coffee drinking.
Yeah.
But you're alive mentally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it makes me feel, like really full, like I'm doing something.
Yeah. What do you feel like when you're doing that? This must be you're really full and...
Inquisitive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like you could just never know enough about anyone and everyone in the world and life and stuff like that.
Okay. So when you think of this time here, this wonderful time, with hustling and bustling, what sort of things does it say to you about who you are? What does it tell you about Melanie?
I like excitement.
Yeah.
Like questioning. I think that's mostly because all of them kind of involve the excitement or the questioning, checking people out, wondering what they're about, inquiring minds, how they work. And yeah, like not putting them down. It's never like a spiteful, mean thing. It's always like just a questioning, like, you know.
So how could we phrase that? That would be you're a what?
I don't know.
Kind of a positive person?
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Yeah?
I would think I'm positive. Yeah. Most times.
Most times, yeah.
Yeah. And, yeah, like, you never know enough. Just, like, I love to learn. And I think, like, a long time ago, you know, people always say, it's not what you know, it's who you know, or it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yeah.
And things like that kind of I always keep in my mind that, you know, you can just never know enough people or learn enough stuff, like, really. So I don't know how you would explain that, just love to learn.
Love to learn.
People and information, meet people and information, yeah, I guess.
It's interesting, you know, when I hear you say these things, you know, and you try to apply it to some of what we just talked about. Like you said, I don't know if I can go back to school. I don't know if I can do any more learning.
Yeah.
And then I see this, and I think, oh, this is you're just a natural at learning.
I never thought about it like that.
You know, I mean, you got a natural hunger for sort of finding out about people, finding about information. I mean, isn't that what learning's about?
Yeah.
It's kind of, you know, sort of.
But you think about school different.
Yeah, school isn't all about learning. It's about sitting at desks and doing things.
Yeah, I didn't really look at it like that.
It's also, you're such a positive person. You know, like when you look at, when you make this application, when you see this, I mean, where can you get paid for doing this kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you see any applause?
Well, like some sort of investigator, maybe.
Yeah.
Where you had to question information or question people or things.
So that's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, like any kind, I guess any kind of job really where you would question, and I guess like any type of that, like investigating would be exciting.
Yeah.
And you would be learning new things. Investigations of some sort. There would be a lot of that as well.
So when you're finding out about people and investigating is kind of a big word, isn't it? I mean, you can be doing investigating.
It sounds really cool.
Sounds really cool. Sounds like it's a word that we could expand into sort of lots of possibilities.
It's like an umbrella word, I guess, kind of, so you can pull what you need.
Kind of what you're doing. I mean, that's sort of what this is, you know.
Yeah, I didn't really see it. It just, to me, that's just having coffee.
Yeah. But it's more than that. Is it about being with the other person, or you said you can do this by yourself?
Yeah, I do it. If I'm waiting for people as well, I'll just, if I have an hour to kill, like, you know, somewhere, then I will just sit and watch people, and I do it in my head. I'll talk in my head about, you know, who they are, where they're from, what was their day like, you know, are they grumpy or, you know, why?
Okay.
And I never really thought about it as that it could be a job or it could be lead to something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of, if this is something you really like doing, I wonder if we should just take a minute to just brainstorm about, like, this word investigating. Investigating people is really what is that what you're talking mostly about, or is it?
Well, yeah, but even information.
Both of them.
I think about like crime scenes and things, and even if I wasn't working on the people end of it, I'm like looking at the situation, the scene, and breaking down like the different parts and what's involved in it, and just breaking it all down again and again and again until it's figured out.
Kind of figuring it out.
Yeah.
So you get a real desire to know.
I never realized I had such a desire, but yeah, I guess I do.
Yeah, just to find out what actually is happening. Who is that person? Yeah. Now, in this one, you're not sort of contacting people, but if you were making contact, do you think that would make a difference to you, or?
Yeah, I think it would just be more exciting because I would kind of have that answer. I would have the opportunity to ask them, how are you today?
Yeah.
And they could say, oh, I'm really grumpy, or I'm having a great day, I'm just going to the gym, or kind of gives you that option.
Okay.
Whereas right now, like, it's one-sided. It's always my side wondering.
Yeah.
And I don't have the opportunity to really ask them.
Ask that. But that's something you'd like, is to get just one step further with that?
Mm-hmm. To get the information.
To get the information.
Yeah.
Well, let's think about this. This is kind of exciting. I mean, it's exciting to me to just think about investigating people and information. Okay, so we're going to think about investigating people and information. Let's just start by putting that in the middle, okay? I mean, that's sort of a big umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
You like that image of an umbrella?
Yeah.
You make an umbrella, the investigating people and information umbrella. Now, what are the things that we could hang under this umbrella? And maybe rather than me write this, I'll let you just work with the pen a while. What are some possibilities, just letting your mind go about what are some occupational career areas that involve investigating people and information?
Like a childcare worker?
Put that down. Okay. Anything else? You mentioned earlier that when you were talking, you were thinking of
like crime scene.
Crime scene sort of thing.
Okay, like make a line.
Sure.
So work at a crime scene.
Yeah.
Like fraud investigation for like ICBC or workers' comp.
Sure.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Like people, I don't know what, I guess they're just called investigators, the people that do work for like lawyers and things, if they have a case, then they have to like maybe have someone, I guess it would just be investigating for like a court person or a lawyer.
Yeah.
Do you know, is there a special name for that?
I'm not sure. Well, let's put the title down. We can look up the names after, because there's probably...
Like a lawyer. Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know. What would you be? Investigator?
Investigator, okay.
Yeah. Fraud, crime scene.
Crime scene.
There's like tons. I can't think of. There's so many. I can't think of more.
Well, there's kind of like, I guess there's ones that, like you've talked about, child care worker.
So people like if people got divorced and they had to have like visitation or something, there's people that...
And in the social work?
Yeah, like investigate their families to see if who's more appropriate and if they're appropriate.
Okay.
So is that a social service?
Social service, kind of social work.
Like this would really go more down, both of these would go like into the information, like into the data.
Yeah, as well as
more
people.
Lawyer ones would have a lot, I think. There'd be a lot of different work.
I suppose you're under social work too. We could put in counselor, because that would,
Yep.
in some ways, that's what I'm doing, right? Investigating people and information.
Counselor, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. Well, this is something we can keep working on, but I think it's a way to sort of see how you can take an idea like, that really you find, that you really enjoy.
It sounds fun, and to make it that it could be a job.
Yeah, like, sort of put that into sort of work possibilities.
Yeah.
I mean, you just kind of started here, but, we could, afterwards, we have some computer data banks and things. You could start looking through things with keeping this as kind of your focus point.
Yeah.
And then looking at that information.
Narrowing it down.
Narrowing it down, or not even narrowing, just getting names of titles and things that might fit into that kind of category.
Right.
Might be kind of interesting. I mean, going back to the wheel, I mean, what you've taken is an interest.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and I got all that from one
little thing that you like to do.
Going for coffee.
Going for coffee. But you see, it also kind of ties into something around your, what you value, right? Like you talked a lot about the fact that you like to be in an exciting sort of place. Mm-hmm. You don't want to just
be stagnant.
Yeah, be stagnant. It's interesting. I mean, just see you in the excitement. The way your eyes were lighting up when you were talking about this, it was just...
Because it sounds fun. It doesn't sound like hard work. It doesn't sound like a job.
Yeah, sounds like
so
something
it sounds
you could
fun,
do.
so it is exciting.
Yeah. Now, do you think that that's something that could take you past the learning, or into learning? Like, you sort of, when you first started talking about school, you were sort of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't looked at it as an opportunity.
Yeah.
Really, it was more of like something that I would have to do in order to change my career path.
Okay.
Whereas when I think about learning and look at it on your list,
yeah,
it seems more exciting.
Yeah.
And interesting, and it makes me, like you said, it makes me excited to think of, wow, I could study this or I could learn that, as opposed to, well, I have to go to school because I need to learn.
Need to get a job.
I need a job, yeah. So it's actually just really exciting that it could be fun,
It's interesting, when you think of like leaving your last position, which I gather you enjoyed.
Yeah.
This could be, I mean, a launch pad for you in some ways.
A new path.
A new path.
Yeah.
Let's think about that. If we had to sort of draw an image for that, what do you think it might look like? It's a new path.
I just see like the yellow brick road with the green grass all parting, so the sun can shine down and I can walk right through into my new path.
A new path, okay. And so you're...
I don't know what, I have, like, that's my thing as far as jobs and careers. There's just...
Well, I like that yellow
huge.
brick road. I mean, let's take that back. You had your... If you look at it, what happened to Dorothy before she got to the yellow brick road?
She went through a tornado.
She went through a tornado? Yeah, we've been talking about the job loss sort of stuff and all of that. I mean, she was probably kind of happy in her home and doing this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then what happened to her? The tornado
She
struck.
got took away by a tornado.
And it just kind of happened, right? I mean,
Yep.
She didn't ask for it, whatever.
She didn't have any notice.
She didn't have any notice.
She couldn't plan for backup.
She couldn't plan for backup, and there she lands.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens when she lands? What happens then?
She's kind of confused, I guess.
She's confused. Where am I going to go?
Yeah,
What am I
looking
going to
around.
do?
Yeah.
And what else happens in that story?
guess she learns a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It all works out.
It all works out in the end.
It has a happy ending.
Now, she also has some companions.
Yeah.
Okay, and what are those companions? I mean, are they just friends or people helping her, or do they represent things?
Yeah, they all kind of represent something different, I guess.
Okay.
Like one wants a brain and a heart.
Heart.
And courage.
Courage.
So I guess you need all of those to go on your journey.
On your journey. So the brain. You got the brain. You got the heart.
Yeah.
Do you have the courage?
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah. And just, that's an
Like hiding maybe a little bit.
Huh? It's hiding a bit.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going to bring it out?
My need to learn, my need to have excitement and busyness and change and challenges.
Just all
just
the
like
things
it's
that
like
are
having a
bubbling up
purpose.
inside
Yeah.
of you. Yeah.
That's what it is, I think, really, just kind of having a purpose. And
Having a purpose.
getting myself out enough to do it,
Yeah.
Because it is kind of scary.
Yeah.
And if I can just kind of get through that and start, then I know it would be really exciting. Once I was going, I would really be into it, like any kind of learning.
So where do we go from here?
I maybe investigating.
Investigating.
Yeah,
Hey, that
you said
good.
you had some other worksheets and stuff, so that would be
and some
go on the internet or whatever.
and we can sort of do some stuff with that.
Yeah, researching that maybe would be a good place to start, maybe.
Yeah, and just seeing how you can fill out this umbrella.
Narrow it down.
Yeah.
Or expand it, I guess, is what we're doing at this point.
Yeah, I think the thing is we really want to get sort of lots of possibilities, and then sort of start pulling them in a bit and seeing what we come up with.
Sounds good.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds really exciting.
Well, maybe we can go do that, get you started on that now. And do you want to book a time for next week?
Yeah, that would be excellent.
Okay. And then we can look at it again. Great. Thanks, Melanie.
Thanks, Phil.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. What were some of your thoughts on that? I love the metaphors. I like thinking in pictures anyway, so
Yeah, I think he really nailed it when he said about the tornado and Dorothy. It reminded me of David and Goliath.
Yeah.
That we're going to go through storms, we're going to deal with giants in our lives, and we have to be able to battle them.
Yes.
And as I was watching it, I'm sitting here jotting down different careers she could possibly go into based on her liking of observing people, communications, investigator, of course, and social media manager. So many things that she can look at, get
good.
involved in. But one of the things that I was concerned about was she talked about things she'd like to do for fun. But then I was wondering, what about fulfillment? And how, was there some avoidance there or something that she was dealing with? Because I myself had to deal with a executive reorganization where I got notified that, I am no longer with the company. And you pour so much I know I did. I poured so much into that company that you are left with an avoidance and so many other things. So I would try to dig deeper into, her fulfillment, not just things she wants to do for fun.
That is so good. Yeah. So purpose, I'm always reaching for purpose. And you can do values, value searches, things like that, where they pick, you can pick 10 words and then 10 values and then get down to three and rank those and do those fit into, well, A, your life, and how do they fit into, I should say, and then your job too. And then in this case, your search. That's good. Yeah, I like the him drawing the picture of Dorothy and the tornado. And just say, hey, we're gonna go through some times. Just like in your job, that was a tornado for sure. Huge tornado. You invested so much into it. Yeah. Imagine there's a lot of emotions that were going through that for sure. Thank you for that. What other thoughts?
I think that, when you have to start completely over from scratch and it's just a blank sheet like that was interesting that he did pull out, what are some things that you really do enjoy doing? And then he chose that specific one that led into, based off of what she does, observing people and whatnot. All right, so how can we brainstorm and expand on that into careers? But the way that he went about it, he made her feel heard and confident at the very end. Like she was not very confident in the very beginning.
Yes.
And very, you could tell, just very anxious, apprehensive. But then over time, as she started sharing and he reaffirmed her and took like a genuine interest, wrote down notes, then those things started to, as the pictures started developing with the umbrella, she was so excited by the end.
Yeah. Now, but didn't you see a lot of counseling in it? It was more counseling than, okay, here we're going to do a job search and you would, based upon your assessment and stuff. No, it was all about the counseling aspect of it. It's like, okay, let's search through those emotions that you experienced. And generally, you're going to come down to what? Fear. You're gonna hit fear, if you just lost a job or you're transitioning or you're changing careers or whatever, there's gonna be a fear. And how do we cope with that? How do we reframe? How do we do a lot of different things just to prepare you just for the initial part of the search? I love that. So this was really good to watch about adding how counseling can be really added to this, how important it is to have these skills. Yeah.
I really liked when there's one point that he's asking her what does she like to do and everything, and then she's like, "Oh, that could be a job," and he's like, "No, like forget job right now. Like think of something that you're interested in." And I thought that was really important because sometimes people have like a closed box, and like she would probably never see us like watching people as something that could become a job in the future. So I think he handled really well. And in the end, when he was kind of bringing up suggestions about what kind of jobs she could, start pursuing, he didn't say right away. Like he waited for her to think about and like,
Yes.
I really like that.
So just like what you were just talking about right there is how I handle counseling too, is I want to lead people to come up with the answers for themselves during this. And you get buy-in, then they hold themselves accountable and take responsibility for once it comes it's manifested out of their mouth. You know what I mean? And you can lead them too, because you may already have the answers in it, and you can start leading them to those things. And I mean, don't you? I mean, and so counseling is all about leadership too. So don't you think, some of the best leaders are people who help you discover things on your own and they know you have the answer. So, but what's the obstacles to getting to that answer? So fear is one of them, right? We're always going to be thinking about fear in there. What how do people handle fear? Some people will take it and meet it head on and drive forward because that's not going to get the best of me. Or they could be totally, your amygdala is firing and you could be totally frozen, So how do they handle stress? How do you handle rejection? How do you handle being let down with something? How do you handle the stress of providing for your family? Just a lot goes into this, even before you get a job. So if you are looking for jobs and you want to get yourself 100%, then when you do get that job and you're at 100%, how much better are you going to be at that job? It's stress management and so on. Very good. Any other thoughts? Okay. Well, let's get into the PowerPoint. Let's see what we can finish up on those. We had a few chapters left, and I wanted to go through some of them. Obviously, we won't have to go through all of them because there's some redundancy in it. But okay, there it is. Okay. So this is chapter 10 that we went to, gender issues. Really what I want to hit in part of this is the dual career aspect of it. Gender issues and dual careers. So factors that influence gender development. So you could see this in this counseling scenario that we just watched. It says people modify their behavior and adapt to change over their lifetimes. But I want to add to this, how do they adapt to it? We talked about how do they handle the stress of, situations in their life? What are their coping skills? What's the fight, flight, or freeze look like in their lives? So how do they handle that stress? Then I like this too, and we've kind of already discussed this, but I just want to point it out again. Behavior is influenced by that multidimensional forces of the biological, psychological, and social, cultural. So it's that biopsychosocial, right? So just remember that is like who we are genetically, also who we are physically, right? And then mentally, who we are there, and then how does that all manifest itself in us socially? We talk about this really kind of talks about the workplace and special needs of women and men. We won't go into this, but just things to point out. Uh, what does harassment and things like that look like in the space? Can we instill in them a voice for when they need it? For if they're feeling harassed or overlooked or whatever it is, how do we help them have a voice in these situations? And then problems associated with achievement, competition, and self-destructive behavior. I just know, when I was in the kind of a corporate world, it was cutthroat. It was competitive, highly, highly competitive in the job I was at Cerner. And it was very, very demanding and competitive and everything too. So how do you handle that competition and competitiveness? And what are your behaviors when you do get stressed? So it's understanding those and the counselor helping in those ways. So achievement, competition, and self-destructive behavior. Okay. So the need to achieve and succeed. So I would go through that with the people that you're counseling. What is the desired outcome that you have or want in achievement? Is it purpose? Is it I'm a people pleaser? Is it uh, something, self-esteem? It helps my self-esteem to succeed or something, right? How do I deal appropriately with that competition that is going to be in the workplace? Um, some people embrace it, and the people that they're competing against, they embrace that, and they could be friends and they could do all this, or and that's highly in competitive worlds. We want, as a manager, you want them to be able to work together and succeed together, right? And not in isolation. So, employers would be looking for that type of thing. How they'll ask questions, behavioral questions on how do you work with others? When a stressful situation comes up, what are your steps in taking care of that, and so on. Be able to relax while participating in leisure activities. He was kind of saying, what do you love and want to do? Um, And so in the past and leading up to now, it does say men have been the main focus of the research in the workplace. Now there's more and more women with the need for more money in families and stuff like that. Women have had to work more, whether they want to or not, right? So what does that look like in the workplace? Um, and how do women handle leadership, and how do men handle leadership, and how do each of them handle the opposite sex in leadership above them? Okay. Now, more and more women are being studied in the workplace in research, and so we're getting a lot better data on how that works. Okay. Then we talk about this, the workplace and family needs. Women and men share work roles in dual career marriages. So what does that mean? So what is the stress of both people working? How are you handling that thing? Is it a financial decision? Is it a purpose decision? What is making both of you work? Is that what your choice is? Things like that. So I like this. Men have also changed by assuming a larger share of the homemaker role. Waking up. They're supposed to, right? That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be sharing in that load, regardless if we're working or not, right? So in greater numbers, women are assuming the dual role of homemaker and worker. And then the term dual career is reserved for families in which both spouses hold professional, managerial, or technical jobs. So dual career, both of them working. And so how do you put different hats on for your roles that you have in your life? Okay, so let's just go through these real quick. Issues facing these dual careers in families. So these are where both adults pursue meaningful long-term careers, one that gives them purpose, one that adds that income to that you work towards, and we all work towards having a retirement that we can enjoy. And that's one thing that we should always have in our mind is how do we work towards that? But how are we fulfilled in the meantime? How do we take care of our kids? How do we have a family, and we keep those family values intact when both of them are working, okay? These challenges grow more complex when viewed through a multicultural lens that includes cultural expectations, gender role norms, and so on. This topic is essential for career counseling students because work and family roles intersect in ways that influence stress, decision making, and career development over the lifespan. So one of the most important things are how do we have a work-family balance? So one of the biggest concerns that people have is how do we maintain that work-family balance when there's a lot long work hours, there's childcare that we have to share in, household responsibilities. Then how do we have a relationship during that time? How do we have personal time during that? How do we take care of ourselves? There's only so much time in a day, and if it's consumed with, you know, all of these things. So I will kind of go into marriage counseling in this aspect too. You know, if somebody is struggling in that area, I want to ask you guys, what's the average number of, what's the average time? Let me put it this way. What's the average time that a couple spends in meaningful conversation in the week? What's the average time per week per couple? Average time.
I don't know the answer, but I'm going to take a guess at 5.
5 what?
5 hours.
5 hours for the week? Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Who else? Just take a guess.
7 or 8 hours.
7 or 8 hours? Okay. It's 30 minutes a week. Meaningful conversation, especially if you're working, right? It could be even less than that. So how can you maintain a relationship like that? So basically, you're meeting each other in passing, you know, going to and fro, and it's like the meaningful conversation doesn't count. Like, okay, you're going to pick up the kids, or you're going to go to the store, or you're going to do these. That's not meaningful. How do we have good State of the Union type talk discussion every week? So if you guys want to include that, I'd highly recommend going out to um, it's the Gottman Institute, and looking for John Gottman, and maybe just do a search on Google of um, what does John Gottman say is the average time that couples spend? And then what will come up, it'll say 30 minutes. And then what will come up is, you know, it should be, I think it was at least an hour a day, you know, so 7 to 10 hours. And then he'll give you all of these ways of being able to do that. And one of those is having like a State of the Union, addressing everything, you know, like once a week, checking in per day, you know, so it's about the word intentional, being intentional about all of this. So anyway, just a little tidbit in there, right? So because they're both working, full-time schedules are tight, competing priorities, and this can create a lot of tension in a marriage, also burnout in your career. So, okay. So number 2, time management and overload. So dual career households tend to experience these things: longer work hours, less time for leisure and rest and self-care. I want to add that in there. Increased daily task load and difficulty in coordinating schedules together, which causes what? Tension, stress, and so on, right? This can lead to fatigue, reduce relationship quality, and challenges maintaining healthy routines. So number 3 issues is division of household labor. Couples struggle with how to divide that, how to handle that tension between it all, between childcare, cleaning, meal preparation, errands, emotional labor, and so on. So unequal, so here's another thing, unequal distribution often becomes a major source of that conflict. I'm doing everything here, and I'm working, things like that too. So that is, you know, one of the hard uh, things to work through, right? Okay. Next is how do we prioritize this dual career partnership that we have, right? And so, you know, how do we negotiate through this? So whose career is going to take priority at certain times? Shouldn't they both? Right? We should both have priority on those. So how are we going to manage that together? So what about handling promotions, new opportunities? What if one person gets this opportunity that is going to take them out of state, the family out of state? So I wanted to kind of tell you about, I went to the Gottman Institute in Seattle, went through this training there. The person that was putting it on was the wife of a guy that had this really kind of high profile career. So, and then she was starting her career too at at the Gottman Institute there. So it was something that was her dream job and it was his dream job, but he got this promotion that was going to take them to another state. So how did they handle that? How they handled it was they had already prioritized that 5-year goal and they wanted to retire within a certain amount of years. So within that 5-year goal was we want to retire, I think, within 15, 20 years, whatever it was. So they kind of came to this realization based upon his income and based upon she could work remotely and things like that too, that they followed his career path because it fit into their goals, right? So it was kind of an easier decision for them to do because it fit into what they were doing. So I thought that was pretty remarkable. Whether one partner will reduce their hours, travel less, shift roles. How do we have those conversations at work if somebody's wanting to move up and then they're asking them to travel more and more? What's that going to look like? Okay. What happens when both careers have a significant commitment for each person? And how are we going to handle those things? So that would come in those discussions that we're going to have throughout the week. And then you can look through relocation and mobility issues. Are we going to move if an opportunity comes up? Whose job is more flexible? Like I told you about that couple, her job was flexible in that she kind of took it, a demotion in the way of, because they want somebody on site there and, to grow them, but she was still allowed to stay within the company and work and do what she was doing. And so on. Okay. Parenting pressures. You can imagine, things that are going on there with parenting pressures, coordinating schools, schedules, plays, sporting events, all of those. How do you secure reliable childcare? Here's the biggest part. If you look at the fourth bullet point there, concerns about missed family time or guilt around work volume, how you handle that too. So a lot of these things people don't think of when they are searching. So it's a lot of times it's necessity that they get this job because they need the income, and they don't think about all those things that are going in it. What will I have to sacrifice in this? How will I work with the children to keep that secure attachment going? Things like that. Financial pressure and benefits. We've kind of been talking about that a little bit too. So benefits would be higher household income of two people working together, increased financial stability. You can save more. You can retire earlier if you choose to. Expanded career opportunities for both. But the pressures on that are absolutely higher child care costs. So how do we factor that in? So many people, one parent is staying home with the children because childcare is so expensive, especially if you have multiple children. It could cost a lot of money. So you have to weigh that in as well. Here's another one, need for additional services, cleaning, meal service, and so on. And then the expectation to maintain that lifestyle that they're accustomed to. Oops. Okay. Okay, talked about these things. So go into chapter 12, counseling for individuals with disabilities. Focus should be on the unique identity of the person rather than on the label of their disability. We've got a counselor that is really a strong advocate for people with disabilities. He's legally blind himself. He has a few other things that are going on. And so he loves working with individuals that have, health issues like that. So that's one thing that he's doing, and he'll do a lot of career counseling with people with disabilities to help them maneuver through that. There's the Americans with Disabilities Act that kind of helps individuals with disabilities in funding for counseling and career counseling and things like that. Okay. So there's agencies out there for help. So I highly recommend, so like at Abundant Life, we've got a whole manual of process and procedures, and there's probably, I don't know how many pages, 5, 6 pages of referral resources for almost everything that you can think of. So that's what I would make sure that you have is referral resources when you're doing some form of counseling. Okay. There's state rehabilitation programs for anybody that may get hurt or if there's substance abuse, things like that too. So we want to treat the whole person in counseling as well. Okay, now this is the part I want to kind of get into. So you saw that video, job loss and transition. So I think her name was Melanie, something like that. She was dealing with transitioning it to another job, and I loved the way that he was working with her. It was encouraging, but it made her kind of think for herself during this time too. So let's take a look at this. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear it when he starts, okay? So this is how to transition in a nice way, in a good way. Oops.
We knew that a system like NetSuite will help us scale. Having put NetSuite in place, we've definitely optimized our processes. In terms of inventory level accuracy, we are over 95%. Our order to cash cycles are very smooth, and we take pride in that.
Because of Rossmed, I am ready for it all.
Okay, here we go.
Jose is with me in Sacramento. Hi, Jose. How are you?
Hi, Dave. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Very awesome. Can you hear me okay?
Sure.
Okay. So right now I'm kind of wondering what I should do with school. So right after high school, I went straight to a junior college, and I was really directionless. I had no direction. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I finished my general ed pretty quickly, and it came about time to find out what I wanted to major in. So every time I met up with an advisor, I kind of felt a little rushed, and school always kept me busy, and I always worked on the weekends too, so I didn't really have time to think about what I wanted to do, so I changed my major a bunch of times, and somehow I landed on history. So I ended up graduating the junior college with an associate's in history and an associate's in behavioral and social sciences. So I moved to a university actually right down the street from my house. And now I'm going to school for a bachelor's degree in history. I don't know what I want to do after, and I'm a little worried because I know people get jobs in a degree that people get a job with a degree that they had nothing to do with. And so in high school, my mom actually took me to FPU, and it was a really good experience. I was very, very thankful for it. And so today I'm actually on baby steps 4, 5, and 6, and I'm just wondering, like, what my next move is. I feel kind of worried because I don't know, I feel like I'm not doing the right thing right now. I feel like maybe there's something better out there for me, but I talked to a couple people that I know.
How old are you?
I'm 21 actually.
Okay, and when would you finish your history degree?
We decided to implement NetSuite because of the complexity of the business. I have 5 times as many people outside of finance using NetSuite as I have within finance.
With Floor & Decor, you can bring timeless warmth to your home with affordable, engineered, and
So this is about a year and a half. But here's the thing. So no exaggeration here, but there's times in school where I would read at least 80 pages a day. And honestly, I don't remember anything that I read. And I feel like I could have used that time to learn more about. So for your Black Friday sale, I actually bought a bunch of your guys' books. And I feel like I could have used that time to like read and learn more about stuff that I'm interested in, like investing and compound interest and all that stuff. And I feel like going to school is just kind of killing my time. I know it's only 3 semesters left, but I don't know if I'm feeling impatient or not, you know, and then, yeah, so.
Well, it's hard to be excited about the trip when you don't know what the destination is.
Mm-hmm.
If I say we're going to Florida to the beach, you can decide if you want to be excited or not. If I say we're going to the Rockies to go skiing, you can decide if you want to be excited or not. If I say we're going fishing, you can decide if you want to be excited or not. You don't know where the crud you're going. There's no way to be excited. You feel like a rat in a wheel because you're a rat in a wheel.
Yes, sir.
So you need to figure out what you're going to do, and then you could say, let's just make up something, okay? This is not what it is. Okay, I'm not speaking this over you. I'm just making up a dream, a weird thing, okay? Let's say you woke up and you said, I want to be a commercial real estate agent and lease office buildings, okay? Let's just pretend you said that, all right? Now, once you said that and you said, hey, you know, that's got finance in it. It's got compound interest. It's got investing in it. It's got a lot of those things in it. It's a real math nerdy job. Commercial real estate agents are math nerds. The good ones are. And, you know, if you wanted to do that, I'm not saying that's it. It probably isn't it. But once you say that, then you can take a stop and go, all right, do I want to go ahead and knock this history thing out because I'm pretty close? Or do I want to go full stop and a hard right turn and go get a finance degree? And let's investigate how far off the finance degree we are off the history curriculum and the history track. How much, you know, am I adding 8 years to this? Am I starting over? No. Are you adding 4 years? No. Are you adding a year? I don't know. But once you know where your destination is, then you can determine, okay, it's not going to add that much to change direction towards something I actually care about. You just went by the path of least resistance. And if you want to be a history writer and you love history and you want to be a history teacher, you want to get a PhD and become a professor of history, there's nothing wrong with that as a career. But then you have a solid track that you need to follow to get there then. But right now, you don't know where you're going, so there's no energy in it.
AI should be transforming your business, but that's tough if it's not connected to your data. You need intelligence where your data lives, in an AI-native suite uniting financials, inventory, and more. That's NetSuite. Book a free demo today.
Hard to get the kids excited about vacation when they don't know where we're going. And that's what you got to work on. You need to figure that part out. So if I were you, what I would do is, it sounds like you may have banked a little bit of money. Go to a nice place in Northern California that's not that expensive for this weekend and book a hotel room by yourself where there's some woods and water and beaches or creeks or something, and go walk around and talk to God for the weekend. And take a blank yellow pad with you and say, okay, what do I want to be when I'm 40? Nobody stops and asks that. Instead, they get so busy, and look up and go, I'm just a rat in a wheel. People spend more time picking out a suit of clothes than they do their careers. So go take a little time. Get quiet. When it gets quiet, things get more clear. We don't take enough time to get quiet. So go somewhere where you can be around nature that you like, the mountains, the beach, I don't care what it is. Spend a couple of $100 on a hotel this weekend, nothing super expensive. Buy yourself a couple cheap hamburgers and walk around and talk to God with a blank yellow pad in your hand. And then go talk to some people in the field that you think you heard you're supposed to be in. And if it's commercial real estate, it's not. But if it is, go talk to commercial real estate people when you get home and ask them what it's like and what they need to, what it's like to get a CCIM, which is the designation for that world. And I want to go into financial planning. What's it like to get a CFP? Because that's a pretty rigorous little piece of training right there. And so on. Just go fit, I want to be a welder. Good. I want to be a sculptor. Good. How's the history degree fit into that? Well, it doesn't. Yeah, but have you got some base under you that you can adjust and finish up with that degree and get some core classes out as you go out your senior year in the area you want in? I don't care if you get a finance degree with 16 classes of, a degree in history with 16 classes of finance under your belt if you're going into finance, but your degree's in history. But while you were there, you learned a bunch about your trade. That could be your path. I don't care. But the problem you've got is you don't have a destination. And you need a clear destination. Intentionality is where successful people come from. You don't always agree with them. You don't always like them. It's never a straight path. Sometimes it's a pile of garbage. It's ugly. Sometimes it's icky. There's all these kinds of things come up. But intentionality, doing crap on purpose, instead of just getting caught up in the busyness of this world. And that's what changes everybody's life. And, I thought I was going to be a commercial real estate agent, by the way. I ended up buying properties and going broke in residential properties primarily. I had some commercial. And actually, God changed the direction because I did what you're talking about. I went and sat on a lake bank, put my toes in the sand, my butt in the chair, as Zach sings.
All right. So what do you think about that? So I probably should have shown you this video before you did your thing last night, probably. So maybe in the future I'll do that. But really just being intentional about and thinking about one of the things that he said was people spend more time picking out a suit than they do thinking about their careers, which is important. Yeah. Any thoughts on what he said?
I think the metaphor that he used about going on vacation but not knowing the destination, like you can get excited about it, was really good. Because it is true. If you don't know where you're going, it doesn't matter that much.
So you can use this in everything that you do with counseling too. It's like, where are we going? That's what treatment plans are for, right? You create a treatment plan to say, here's the destination we want to, and when we know that we've arrived, these are the things that we'll see. And that's how you build a treatment plan as well. So thanks for bringing that up. That's perfect. If we don't know our destination, how are we going to know when we arrive? For sure. Okay. Career transitions and job loss. So personal and, thinking about personal and career problems associated with job loss. When you have somebody that comes in and you are counseling them, and you will have this where people will have job loss during, and who knows about what time that they have it in their life. It's never a good time. Even if they're financially well off, sometimes it's hard on them mentally and their self-esteem and confidence and things like that. Or sometimes it's welcome. People get buyouts or something like that too. So sometimes it's welcome because they wanted to transition anyway. So counseling through that is important. There's always a need for career counselors in helping them with strategies to assist them in career transitions, maybe from one career to the next, and so on, or it could just be in jobs, right? Some individuals, we just kind of talked about this, some individuals decide to make career changes, and some are forced into those career changes. Okay, one more. Let's hope that this doesn't have all those commercials. I have a YouTube Premium, and I took them off of there, so I'm wondering why those are coming up. But anyway.
You've got this, and we've got you. That's what you can expect from the #1 largest nursing school in the country.
If we have too many of those.
Hello. I'm here tonight to share 3 stories with you. 3 short stories that I hope will motivate and inspire you to consider reinventing yourself, because amazing things can happen in our lives when we reinvent ourselves. The first story is about leadership. The second story is about unrealized or untapped potential. The third story, well, that really depends. It could be about leadership, it could be about untapped potential, or it could be about both, because the third story is about you and your story. The first story about leadership features an Air Force officer, but not just any old Air Force officer. I'm talking about an exceptional, remarkable Air Force officer. And so many years ago, when this officer entered the Air Force, along with the 4,000 to 5,000 other lieutenants that enter the Air Force, time and time again, he stood head and shoulders above his most competent, capable peers.
Because of Ross Med, I am ready for it all.
Yeah, I can't deal with that. Sorry, guys.
You might want to check your account. I'm seeing a warning up by your name, so you might want to check that, because you shouldn't be getting those ads.
Yeah. Let me see. Hang on one second. If I could just remember the name of this one. Because this was a really good one, and there were no ads. Well, let's do this. Let's go through this, and I'll throw it on at the end. And I know I can go to my premium, and I'll find it through that, and we can watch it. It's got some really good information in it. So we'll just go on, and we'll come back to it. Okay, adults in transition. Obviously, they're going to have some job loss concerns. Clients who have lost their jobs due to a recession. So you got to think of all the stuff that's happening right now with AI, war, inflation, oil, gas prices going up. All of those things are, and the other part, I was listening to airlines. Airlines are cutting back on a lot of things because of the fuel costs, and this has only been a month, right? And so they're really starting to scramble now. They said they're going to lose $12 billion or something this year. One airline will lose $12 billion because of the price of the gas, or the fuel. And so so they'll have to raise rates. So what does that happen? So that it cuts out on vacations, it cuts out on a lot of things, travel. And then for companies, a lot of salespeople travel. And so it's going to have a lot of added costs there. So job cuts will come. Just all kinds of things can happen during this time. So there's so during recession and unemployment, they're likely to experience some psychological effects of job loss and stress associated with this. And so how do we help them through that before we even get them started on another trajectory, right? So we can reevaluate, help them with job skills, help them with their psychological aspect of job loss, and so on. Okay. I know I had. And then there's the why do we need to work? I like some of these, a daily time structure that is devoted to working. It's really devoted to purpose. So another thing is during this time, how do we have self-growth during that time? How do we take our jobs and grow within in them so that may be preparing us for other jobs later on too. So if we're in one job and we're learning all we can in that, especially if they're paying for education, things like that. So taking advantage of those situations like that too as well. Okay. I have a couple of things coming up here. Education and training. Obviously, like Dave Ramsey was saying, don't always need to go out and get, finish a degree. The guy had a history degree, so if you don't want to do that, you may want to, you might want to take a right turn, or you can go get certified in things. But education and training is always important, especially in career transitions. Okay. Okay, so here we will have a couple things here. Let me get to. Okay, so here's what I wanted to get to. We talked about a lot of those things in transitioning about, so this was kind of, the stress at work, how do we handle those things? And a lot of it, companies will have group counseling for individuals going through stress management for jobs. And they'll have an EAP where you can have a counselor at probably a cheaper rate a lot of the time if the company is paying for it. Abundant Life, we've worked with a couple of companies and the homeless shelters, things like that too, where we're working with their staff as an EAP where we're giving them heavily reduced counseling for their staff. Okay, so career-related programs, essential in the educational process for all students as they learn all the way from kindergarten through elementary through college. How do we understand ourselves to be able to pick, careers and take those assessments? I'm sure you've all taken those assessments where it says you should be this, okay? So building support, and that requires counselors to justify program content of these assessments if they're going to be used, by the counselor or even at companies. Let's see here. Okay, so building that support in school, right? So how schools can do this and promote career and vocational education is have career days and career fairs. So bring in community professionals to talk about their jobs, help children build early awareness of diverse occupations. I had a friend that worked at a magnet school, and I would go in and talk about counseling or real estate or whatever it was that they needed at that time. So she was always bringing in speakers for people, and those were those career days. You can have classroom career lessons. So, teachers can introduce careers through books, videos, themed weeks, during that time and have speakers come in during those themed weeks. You can have lessons and activities geared towards helping people to focus on their strengths and interests and having individuals come in that would help them to understand better the trajectory of that job that they're eyeing the most, right? Career interest inventories for children, age appropriate inventories like pictorial career interest surveys for younger. Then there's a Holland-based picture assessment. What do I like worksheets, would work. And you can help these children, to recognize activities that they enjoy that may be able to turn into careers. Is it music? Is it sports? Is it, some form of entrepreneurship, right? Then one that I like a lot here is job shadowing. So you can have, like at Abundant Life, we'll have people who are doing maybe a bachelor's in psychology or something, and they come in and they'll, shadow somebody for a week or so just to see what that looks like. Or we go to Summit Christian Academy and we'll talk to a lot of their students who are interested in counseling. And so, and then, we'll let them come in and have a day with us or something so they can ask more questions. Then there's child-friendly websites that introduce careers through games, videos, and stories, it says, right? Kids.gov, career videos. PBS has learning media, career clips. Zello for elementary. Cooter, Galaxy, and so on. These sites are interactive career exploration aligned with student learning levels. So those are good. Then a lot of these we've already gone through. Then we get into higher education type help. I'm going to get to the high school. Here we go. So high school years are truly a time for learning and preparing. So taking everything that they've learned, now they're preparing for a vocation or a career. So what does that look like here? So, high schools can do these things here. So have career assessments and use planning tools. There's one out there that I'll give you guys a list. There's probably 6 or 7, and I was kind of going to do it as an activity, but we won't have time for it. But I'll give you a list of 6 or 7 different career sites and websites that you can go out and learn more about. But the most popular one is this ONET. And I'm sure it's in our book, but it's one of the most popular sites that people can go out and do a lot of career discovery. It's very comprehensive. There's Holland code-based assessments, strength assessments that we talked about, this book, the Strength Finder, that people can work through. Zello, Cooter, Navigator, Naviance, and stuff like that too. So I'll give you that list of those websites that you can go out to. Then in high school, you can have career clubs as well, or extracurricular career organizations like DECA is a really popular one that most high schools have. Future Business Leaders of America is another popular one. Health Professionals, Skills USA, and then FFA for agricultural type individuals. So these clubs help students explore these interests through competitions, leadership roles, and also they bring people in to speak and so on, or they can go on field trips to areas of work. Then there's courses that they can take too. So hands-on classes for like resume writing, how to interview. So very important for having stuff like this, preparing a high school person, even if it's preparing them to interview for colleges. things like that too. And colleges obviously will have career advice, things that they can work through as well. Then financial literacy, how to communicate in a professional way, how, especially, with the resume writing, how to write it in a professional manner and so on. And then how to have time management. Okay. There's also National Career Development Guidelines that you can read about in your book, other career-related programs in high school, so on. U.S. Department of Education has partnerships with state departments in education on supporting, programs that will help individuals with their careers. Also, it stresses college awareness and the readiness for low income students to help so that nobody's kind of left behind. Okay, so that is the end of our, PowerPoint here. So I'll ask you this. It's 12:05. Do you guys want to take a small break and come back and finish up? Or do you need time for lunch? I want to leave it for you guys, whatever you guys want to do. If we take 10 minutes now and trudge through, we'll be done here fairly shortly. Want to do that?
Define fairly shortly.
Let's see. I had probably an hour.
Okay, let's do 10 minutes. My vote.
Yeah, I agree. Just take the short break.
Let's do it. Peter, Tressa, you okay? All right, perfect.
Yeah, good.
Okay, sounds good. And then you can have your Friday, all that good stuff. Okay, so 10 minutes, 12:15. Okay, we'll get back into it. What I want to do is go through the rest of that video of the client so that you can continue to see, career counseling in action and how. So look at the similarities and the differences in what counseling looks like. So how is it similar to what you perceive counseling is versus the differences in how they're the same. So let's take a look at those. I promise no commercials.
Will take me to my destination, my destiny. And it is a significant building block which I will never forget.
What would you like to talk about today?
Well, I don't know, I'm graduating in about a month, and the stress of everyone asking the same question, what are you going to be doing next year? And
okay.
I honestly, I don't know where I'm headed, and I just feel really stressed out, and I don't really know like how to deal with it.
So when people ask you that question, what's your reaction to that?
It's mostly like I roll my eyes and just say, "Oh, I've heard that so many times," and then I kind of say like, I don't know where I kind of want to go, but and a lot of people kind of put my idea of where I want to go down just because it's not that realistic. But
so people ask you this question, what you're going to do after high school, and it's not that you don't have a sense of what you'd like to do, it's that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's when you say what it is you'd like to do, people don't see that as possible?
Well, possible, they just say it's kind of like, oh, you should find something better, and they just kind of put my ideas down.
So it feels like a put down.
Yeah, basically.
And it feels like what else? There's kind of.
I don't really know. It's just the whole stress of it. Like when people say, "Oh, well, you should think of something else," because how is that going to happen? Then I really don't know where I want to go, and like with school and everything, like what schools I want to go to after high school and stuff.
Yeah.
And just like, I just don't know. I'm just so confused. Like.
So there's another piece then. One piece is they ask you what you're going to do after high school, and so you tell them, and they kind of give you this message that, well, geez, come on, how's that going to happen?
Yeah.
And so they kind of put down your idea about what you'd like to do next, which sure doesn't feel good. But the other thing is, when they ask you that question, how's that going to happen? You haven't quite worked that piece out yet, is that right?
Exactly.
So you're not really sure how that might happen. So when they say that, it kind of touches, maybe, is that kind of a vulnerable spot there, so to speak? It's
it is vulnerable. Like I wish I knew. I wish I knew like how I was going to get there and everything. But just the field I want to go into is just so like, you have to be the best of the best, basically, and I just don't know. It's just so you never really know what's going to happen with it. So.
Yeah, and if you knew, that would help you to feel different in what way?
Well, I'd have a better explanation for everyone who asks me, and then I can make them understand better where I'm coming from.
So if you're confused about it, when they ask you that question, they probably get your confusion, and they kind of say, well, geez, it doesn't, whatever. It's kind of. So being clearer could help about how to get there, would help you to have a better sense of, is this possible, is it not, and, how do I move forward? And it would also then maybe help others to understand a little bit more about your particular goal. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so sounds like that might be something for us to talk about. How could you get there? Is it realistic? And you can even, one thing we could even talk about developing plan A or plan B, and kind of, but the things that would be in the direction that you want to go toward. So it's time for me to ask you that question.
That's okay. I knew it was coming.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
So talk to me about what it is you'd like to do.
Well, I've been dancing since I was 4 years old.
Wow.
And I love dancing. I love music. So I would love to be a choreographer.
Okay.
But the thing is, choreographer for what, for one? Like, I have to figure out what I'd want to...
So that's one question to answer. Choreographer for what? Okay.
Yeah, and also, like, how I would get there, who I would, like, talk to about it, I don't know. Like...
So you feel kind of stuck in terms of just getting information at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, so you could use some help just identifying sources for information and just learning more about what the different options might be? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, when I say that I want to be a choreographer, a lot of people don't like respect it. They don't think dancing, no one really thinks very much of it. So that's another thing. When I say that, people really put me down for that. Not because it's like stupid. They just don't see like how I can make money with that, or things like that.
So it's not like a viable livelihood or something? Is that the message you're getting from people?
Yeah, and just a lot of people aren't interested in that, and a lot of people have like, well, I'm going to university, or I'm going to be a doctor, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to be a dancer, like it just doesn't sound, I don't know. It makes me feel kind of like really down about myself when people say that kind of stuff to me. So.
When you say you feel really down about yourself, can you tell me some more about that? What that reaction is?
Well, I just feel like where am I going in life? Like, how is this gonna be? Is this gonna be my career? And like, I want to have a direction in life because, well, in like 1 month I'm gonna have to start thinking about that. And
you're moving forward, no matter what, right? You're moving forward.
So it just like really stresses me out. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and so when you have that kind of reaction, that you kind of get down on yourself, because of what messages other people give you about your idea of being a dancer, you feel what? You feel is it depressed that you feel, or?
Sort of more discouraged because I've just been doing it for so long, and I feel like it's almost been like a waste. But I don't want to feel that because I love it, and so.
What is it you love about it?
Well, I love the performing aspect. I love getting out there, and I also love creating, like being
performing,
a choreographer.
Creating.
Yeah.
There's something I've noticed as you and I have been talking about your goal, and that is, when I asked you what it is you want to do, you told me choreographer. You like, and the thing you like about dancing is performing and creating and so forth. But then when you were telling me the story about when people ask you what it is you want to do, you tell them dancer. And I don't know a whole lot about but it seems like that seems like a difference.
There is a difference, but like choreographer, it's both dancer and creating the dances and stuff. You can also like perform the dances you choreograph. But when I say dancer, it's just kind of, if I said choreographer, a lot of people would be like, well, what's that? Dancer just kind of like answers it for them, sort of. So.
Well, let's pretend that I am somebody asking you that question.
Okay.
What do you say? And you were to say choreographer.
Okay.
And I were to say, what the heck is that? Would you tell me some of that? Let's try that out and see what you come up with. Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So Angela, what are you going to do after high school?
I'd like to be a choreographer.
What's a choreographer? What's a choreographer do?
A choreographer choreographs like dances for shows, different types of performances, and yeah.
Can we keep going with this? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So they choreograph dances for shows and stuff. And people actually get paid for that?
Yeah, they do. So
it's a real job.
Yeah.
And how do people get to be that? I mean, how does it?
Well, you got to go to the big cities and kind of get noticed, and that's a problem.
How do you get noticed?
I don't know. This is my problem.
Well, let's see. Would they go into a restaurant and say, "Hey, you look like a choreographer"?
Well, I was trying to think of ways that I could like be noticed with choreographing, and I was almost thinking like putting together a little group of something and then putting on a show.
Doing some choreography.
Yeah, doing choreography.
Yeah.
And putting a little group together at a local youth center. I just have to get all the information for that first, but I'd really like that would be a good way to get noticed, I guess.
When you say get noticed, what do you mean by that?
Well, I wouldn't really know like who you'd have to contact to like who would have the ability to say, oh, I'd like you to come choreograph for my show.
Okay.
But getting noticed just by like people, I guess, like whoever's in the audience, like people will start talking about the way like the dance is or like the way it's choreographed, and I don't know, it just, when people talk about stuff, you do get like acknowledged for that. But.
Okay. And so, yeah, and it seems like that might be a strategy and a good one. There also is a piece of it that seems like that's kind of like you're kind of depending upon who happens to show up. There's a little bit of luck involved, it would seem, and maybe even a little bit, even though you're actually doing choreography and putting on a performance, it's a little bit passive in the sense that you're just kind of dependent upon somebody to show up and notice. I wonder if there's a way to be less passive, more active in terms of getting noticed.
Well, that's a hard one. I guess, well, I have experience in teaching at my dance studio, so I could like go around to different studios and see if I could get a job at a certain studio. But then the problem with that is I don't want to just stay as a choreographer at that studio. I'd want to like go wider and like.
So it wouldn't be where you'd want to be maybe 5 years from now. But are you saying that it might not be such a bad place to begin the process?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, that's a great idea. You've put some thought in. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
There's some thought there. So, and there's another thing you had mentioned earlier about, you said you wouldn't know who to talk to. And you know, when you said that, I was thinking, my guess that you've been dancing for 14 years, right? And you probably have had a lot of teachers in those 14 years. And I wonder if some of those teachers might be important people to help you. Maybe you could talk to them directly, but maybe also as people who could help you identify the people you might need to talk to about choreography. What do you think?
Yeah, that's really true. Yeah, now that I think about it, there are a couple of teachers that do have, I guess you could say, connections with the choreography world.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah, that's a really good idea. I didn't really think of that.
Okay, so you actually have I think we've identified about 3 different ideas that you could put into action to get some more information about the possibility of being a choreographer. And maybe it's just me, but I'll just give you a little feedback in terms of that little practice we did. When you talk about it from being a choreographer, sounds a little like you're a little bit stronger, I think, when you say choreographer.
Okay.
You don't seem quite as apologetic as when you say dancer. You know is what I'm saying, does that make any sense?
Yeah, I really understand that. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Do you feel that difference when you say dancer versus choreographer?
Yeah, I feel like when I say choreographer, I would get more respect than if I were to say a dancer.
And I think that may be true. And what is also important there, maybe even more important, I don't know, is that that's a more accurate description of what your goal is right now.
Yeah.
I mean, as you move forward, your goal could evolve and change and all that kind of thing. But for right now, you're talking about becoming a choreographer. So I wonder if there isn't also more strength, because that's really what you want to do at this point.
Yeah.
So when you say it, it's kind of more authentic and genuine. So it seems to me you've developed a plan for yourself to move forward. So what were the 3 things that we talked about? There was
the talking to my teachers.
Talking to your teachers.
And getting a job maybe at a different dance studio.
Getting a job at a different dance studio, okay.
And putting together my own group and doing live shows for just people.
Doing choreography and developing your own portfolio, so to speak, so that when you were to talk to people about being a choreographer, you could not only talk to them about your experience as a dancer and so forth, but provide them with actual examples of your choreography, tape or whatever. That sounds like a great plan. Which one would you want to, do you want to try one first, and then we could talk some more about it?
Okay, the easiest one would probably be to talk to my teachers.
Yeah.
So.
That sounds like a good start. So how about if you were to talk to your teachers about being a choreographer, and then we can get together maybe in a week
Okay.
and see how that went.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay?
All right.
Great, Angela.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So hi Jeff, how are you?
Good, good.
Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Did you have a good week?
Yeah, it was not bad. It was a little busy, but otherwise not that bad.
Busy with school?
Yeah, lots of school. Lots
Midterms
of papers,
and
midterms, meetings.
I guess you're getting to the end, right?
I am. 3 weeks left.
And you're in your third year?
I am in my third year. Yeah.
So last time we talked a little bit about doing some assessments. You were mentioning that you're thinking about business development. Is that right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but not sure really.
No, I don't
what
really
in that
know.
area, or looking at some different options.
Yeah.
So, I brought this assessment measure in, which the self-directed search, that it looks at your interests. So I don't know if you remember the wheel, that one part of it that we were going to look at all those different parts. So this is specifically focused on interests. And what this assessment does is it, what they've done, or what John Holiday has done, is he's gone and interviewed people that work in different professions and found out what their interests are. And so this will ask you what you're interested in, and then we can compare it with people that work in that profession and that enjoy their jobs, and just see with different how your interests compare with people that are working already in that field. So I think it takes about 20 minutes. Would you be open to doing that today?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah. That's
okay.
great.
So maybe I'll get you to do it.
All right.
And then we can come back and talk about it.
But a combination of that, SEA or ESA was actually dead on to what I wanted to do. So just flipping the order around. EAS was actually fashion consultant and other stuff that I had no interest in.
Yeah, so the way that your code was when you looked at the book, it wasn't, that stuff didn't really fit for you.
No.
But when you flipped the codes, then you found stuff that it was more along the same lines.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, so what sort of things were in there that that caught your eye, or what sort of...
in the variation of that, association executive, director of business development, foreign service officer, and director of admissions, public relations representative. Those were all sort of the main ones that really caught my eye.
And those sound like they're quite similar to what you had originally said at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. They all fell in the ESA category.
Did that surprise you?
No, I mean, it sort of just, as I said, it really reconfirmed.
Confirmed what Now, you understand what these mean, right? The enterprising, artistic, social, what those codes mean. Did you have a look at those at all?
Not thoroughly, but...
No. So, what these are then is it would mean that your interests are similar to people that would work, or that would be classified as enterprising.
Right.
You have similar interests to people that are classified as artistic and social and are in those type of occupations.
Oh, I see, okay.
So they're people that are working in that occupation. So it doesn't necessarily mean that these are the occupations that are destined for you.
Right.
So you need to kind of keep these assessment measures in perspective a little bit, but just that you're likely to have similar interests to people that are already working in that field and have an interest or enjoying those type of jobs.
Right.
So you're likely, if you met them at a party, you might, you might be attracted to talking to the people that were talking about these type of things or working in this type of field.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the stuff in the book was definitely stuff that I'd enjoy doing, but if I had to do it for a living, I'd find it incredibly monotonous, or it wouldn't be what I'd want to do for a living, like the artistic painting and whatnot. It's definitely a hobby, but not something.
So there's some interest there that you have that are not necessarily work-related interests, but things that you might satisfy in other parts of your life.
Definitely, yeah.
What sort of things would that be?
Like I said, the music, the artistic side, the enjoying writing novels and that sort of side. I could see myself doing that on the side of what I did for a living, but definitely not for a living.
That wouldn't be the way you'd want to earn your money. But how important is it for you to maintain those things in your life?
Fairly important. I know when I'm in school, it's provides a good break from what I'm doing every day.
Right.
To maintain, say, playing my instrument or painting or writing.
So they're interests that you actively pursue, but just they're really outside of school,
I
outside
try to
of
pursue
work.
them as often as possible. Yeah.
would that be important when you're thinking about particular types of jobs, that you allow time for those type of
Definitely,
things?
yeah, definitely. I don't enjoy just doing one thing. I can't really stick to one thing completely and block everything else out. I have to, or I enjoy keeping lots of different things on the run.
You like having balance kind of in your life in those different areas.
Yeah. I mean, I was offered those 2 positions.
Yeah. They're pretty lucrative positions.
They are.
Too.
I mean, they pay really well. I'd be making more than most of my friends, and yeah, they'd be very good positions. Yeah.
Those are pretty prestigious to have at this stage in your career. Like, you're still young, and you could go to Japan and be overseen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something that I've been very fortunate to be able to have that type of offer.
Yeah. So when we left last time, you were really excited about these, and you were going to go off and just do a bit more research about what the jobs would entail and contact the companies and that kind of thing. How did that go?
Well, actually, I didn't really get a chance to do that this week. Just things came up, and I sort of fell behind. And
Are you still really looking forward to going to Japan?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I'm excited to go. It's just it's a big step, and I'm not sure, really. But I'm definitely, I definitely would like to go. Yeah.
Now, last time when we talked to you, it was like you were ready to get on that plane and go and travel and.
Yeah, and that's true. There's just I guess I just really there's a lot of things that I would be leaving behind here, and there's just a lot of factors in it that I'm not. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I want to go, but there's just a lot of things still to consider, I think. Yeah.
So when we left it last time, we were kind of it seemed like your decision had been made and you were ready to action plan, and we were going to move ahead and find this. But I'm getting the sense, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe you're starting to have some second thoughts about this, or I guess I wonder, last time you seemed so excited, and then you haven't really had the chance to look into it.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if some other stuff might have come up.
Sort of. I mean, I've done 3 years of this degree now. I'm not sure if it would be really, if I should just drop it. I had these offers, and they were really good offers, but, well, I mean, there's a lot of things to leave behind, and I'm only 21. I could do that sort of later, I thought, kind of, and I'm not really sure if I'd want to leave everything I have here behind and hop on a plane and go to Japan. And also, I mean, I worry that I'm going to go to Japan, work there maybe for 5-10 years, come back, not really know anybody, and sort of be out of the loop. I don't know, still not have a degree because I've left, and I don't know where I could pick up in, as in, I don't know if I could finish my schooling because of that time that's lapsed. And so, I mean, it would be a pretty life-changing decision to go to Japan and work, and that's, I guess, sort of,
There's a lot of things that you need to think about, it sounds like, before you make this decision.
Yeah.
So I wonder if, last time it seemed like your decision had been made and we were ready to go ahead and start looking at some of the different implications of those decisions, but I'm wondering if now it would be better to maybe take a step backwards and think about some of the, some of the concerns that you've raised about whether, at this stage in your life, this is something you want to do, whether you're willing to give up your education, what your feelings are about leaving your family and your friends.
Yeah. I mean, and also, I think a big one for me is whether I'd really want to work for a Japanese company as well.
Okay.
Just talking to friends and stuff, it's a whole different life over there. And so I'm not sure really if I would really suit that type of life as well. So,
So thinking about then, maybe it might be good to go back and just think about, what kind of company it is that you want to work for, and what this type of job would really mean, and sort of look at some of those bigger questions before we move forward into the specifics of whether you would take a job offer or not.
Yeah, definitely. sort of worry that the ball's going to start rolling and it's going to, go in a direction that I'm not really comfortable with, but once it all starts, going, then it would be hard to stop and reverse it. And I think that's the same with my degree. Once I'm in the working force and you just sort of keep plowing at it, that I'd be hesitant to stop that and finish my degree.
That's sort of a nice metaphor that you use for it, that this ball that's rolling down the hill and you hanging on to it. Once it starts, you have the opportunity now to kind of put the brakes on and stop it. But if you jump onto this ball and start rolling down the hill, the momentum might take you somewhere you're not sure you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good description of what I'm feeling right now.
So you're kind of hanging onto this ball at the top of the hill, not sure whether you want to push it off.
Or just survey the area a little bit longer and hope that something else comes up.
Huh. Yeah. So do you see yourself kind of at the top of a hill then, looking down at all your different possibilities, all your different options?
Yeah. Maybe not at the top of the hill, but 3/4 of the way up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I think that's maybe completion of a degree or completion of something would then bring me to that top of the hill where I could look down and really evaluate which
different
area.
Options.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if you could, why don't you just draw that, what you're feeling like you're looking right now, just so we can get a bit of an idea.
So I would be about there on the hill.
Yeah.
And I guess up at the top would be somewhat of a plateau, and there's the ball. And there's the 4 ways that it could roll down, so maybe it's more of... And you have, and I see Japan as maybe being like here in terms of it could go down this path, but that's not necessarily the most desirable. I'm walking on this side of the mountain, and it would definitely change. I'm walking on this side of the mountain with somewhat of an expectation to roll down the opposite, to roll down the same sort of, like the same sort of direction.
Going up one way and coming down, you keep going in the same direction.
And this, this would also be going down, like it would be going to a good career, and it would be going to something that I somewhat enjoy, but it's just off, just a little bit off of what I would really like to do. Yeah. And I also see it somewhat as starting, if I chose Japan, I'd be cutting down and going down that way, rather than actually getting up to the top and making an evaluated decision. I start rolling down this hill. I don't have a degree, and once I reach the bottom, well, I'm sort of like, well, where do I go then? I'm just like every other, 3 years finished university, but not with nothing really to move around.
So you're seeing that if you stop here and sort of turn and go down, I mean, if you roll a ball down a hill, it goes for so long before it kind of peters out. So here you don't have it. You won't be having as much momentum. Exactly. It won't take you as far necessarily.
Yeah, I never really thought of it like that, but definitely, I mean, the degree gives me a little bit more momentum.
A bit more of a push.
And then even, I guess you could even say that like graduate school, which I'm somewhat interested in, would give me that extra push.
That extra momentum to take you even further.
I hadn't really thought of it like that, but yeah, definitely. And, the more education or, more time even, I think could give me an extra push.
I'm wondering, I just want to hear you talking about this. It sounds like you don't have a heck of a lot of control over this ball, that it's kind of going somewhere down the hill and you're just going to you're riding it, but once it starts, it's really hard to get it back under control.
Yeah, I think somewhat I feel like that. I think right now I'm in more of a position of control than I was, or than I will be in a lot of sense. I think when you're in school, it's easier to be in control because you still can change your majors, as I've done. And but I think, but in the same sense, I'm still walking up that hill. Like so I'm in control, but I'm still moving. Like even if I chose another career path, I'd still be moving. It is relatively hard for me just to stop, I think. Yeah.
Have you had experience in any other areas of your life where you've sort of started down one path and then had to make a change? Or have you found in your life that once you've started down something, it's tended to take you down there?
I think it actually has just tended to continue on. I think in some other areas where I've done volunteering at certain camps and whatnot, and I've seen that snowball effect, that it's just sort of kept going, and it hasn't been necessarily in the direction that I really enjoyed. And so I guess judging from that experience, maybe that's where I get the ball metaphor from, because, in other areas
it's felt
of my
like
life,
a snowball where it just picks up and keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
And it's not always terrible. Like, it's not the worst. It's just not right on the direction where I would like to go, per se. Yeah.
Do you feel comfortable with that type of metaphor for your career? Like, it certainly, it will take you somewhere.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, like, I mean, I like variation and whatnot, but so in that sense, I would feel comfortable if the ball was always moving, but definitely it's not necessarily the most comfortable position to always be, not really at the mercy of the ball, but to feel like especially if it's going in a wrong direction. No, it's not the most comforting feeling. No.
I wonder, I have this image of you just hanging onto this ball and it rolling down, and you're just getting caught up in the snowball.
I think it's not 100%. I think I still have some control over this ball, and like in the other areas of my life, I was able to put a stop or change directions of that snowball. So definitely, I mean, it's still going, but I am able to
move it, to shape it.
I mean, it's not, I don't believe that it's total external forces. I think I can, drag my heels in some direction, and I can see that in the path that I'm climbing too. I sort of just changed it just a little bit and shifted my focus from international relations to politics and to more localized in business and whatnot. But
so you have made a shift already in one direction.
And so I definitely recognize that that's possible, and I think it's somewhat possible. It's just maybe a little bit more conscious decision, and it's more effort than.
Is there anything that you'd rather ride down the hill than a ball that you might have a bit more control over? Could you change that ball for something else?
Yeah, I think I like something with wheels rather than walking, because I do enjoy.
Do you like the speed?
I like the speed, and I like being just some perpetual some
momentum to carry
me. In that sense, so maybe something with a better steering mechanism on it than a ball. I think like a car, but a car. I think I like the brake aspect of a car. That it's still there. It's still a backup. If I need to slam on the emergency brake, I can. And you can turn it, but it's still going. Even if you put it in neutral, it'll
still carry you down.
Carry it down, and it still has. I mean, it carries a little bit more weight than a ball, but it's still moving.
It's still moving. So you could still roll down. It still would on its own just roll down the hill.
Just roll down the hill.
But if you needed to stop or change direction, you have that option with it.
Yeah.
What do you think you'd have to do in your life in order to get
to change it from a ball to a car?
Yeah. Is that just a change of perspective, or is there something that you'd have to actually?
I think change of perspective is one thing, because it would. If I consciously think that I do have more control over it, I think that's going to happen. But I think also, more knowledge and more awareness of other things would help. If per se, like the ball's going to keep rolling, but if I know that I'm actually in a car, that I can turn it, then I think that would actually become a reality, and I think that would come from maybe more skill development and whatnot. Like, I know that I can change directions in my field, so I have a degree, so I can, maneuver within that, or I have these connections that I can actually turn towards.
Yeah.
I think that would change.
So you have a variety of options in terms of where, you could think of it not just one path down, but maybe there's a whole, like you could start down this path and then go here and go here and go here and go here.
Yeah.
You have a whole bunch of different paths going down in terms of your...
That's definitely, I think, that would be my ideal, I think, is having lots of options and lots of variety that would come with it, I would hope.
Yeah.
Hello, Spencer.
How are you today?
Oh, I'm pretty good. A little nervous, I guess, because I'm dealing with some issues.
Okay. Say some more about how I can be useful to you today.
I've been doing a job cleaning airplanes for 9 years. I'm later on in my years and find that I've been kind of thrown a loop because I thought I'd be settled until my retirement.
Yeah.
And now I find I'm not able to do the job I was doing due to an injury.
So, being in this situation, Val, where you were moving forward with the job, with the airlines that you really enjoyed, this very physical work that you really enjoyed, then having the injury occur and really forcing you to take a kind of a break and to stop and to think about what next.
Exactly.
It kind of provide, in a way, we can look at that as while there's a downside, obviously, and I don't want to pretend that doesn't exist in terms of the grief that you have felt in terms of losing that opportunity and so forth. And another way,
the security as well.
And the security and the financial resources, which kind of puts a lot of that up in the air, and that's important stuff for us to spend some time with. It also, if we try to look at that from a little bit of a different perspective, it provides an opportunity in a way for you to maybe step back a moment and to do some things. You'd said previously that you don't really ever do the long-range planning stuff. Maybe this is an opportunity to do some of that.
It's sort of a chance to re-examine my life. Where am I going from here, like you said?
Yeah. What do you think about that? Is that something you'd want for us to spend some time doing?
I'd like that very much. I kind of have a long-term goal, but I don't know how to make it work.
Okay, you don't know how to...
I don't know how to get there.
How to get there.
So I'd really appreciate some help from you, Spencer, in making short-term goals. Sort of like, what do I do when I get up in the morning?
Yeah.
How do I plan out my journey to where I want to be?
Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, Val. Are those short-term goals that would be connected to your long-range plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay.
I've kind of been thinking of a 2-year long-term goal.
Okay.
But what do I do next week?
Yeah.
What do I do next month?
Okay.
How do I break it down?
Yeah. All important planning questions.
Yes.
And, okay.
Yes.
So let's spend some time with that then. Okay. And so I think maybe a good starting point for us in that might be to talk a little bit about what that long-range plan is for you, what that ultimate goal is.
The ultimate goal. I would really like to have a little secondhand store.
Okay. And giving new life to old things.
Yes. Gee, could that be, I want to do that to myself?
Oh, I don't know.
Kind of an idea.
What do you think?
I could be.
Is that kind of how you see this place right now?
I do. Revamping myself as well as my life and everything.
That sounds to me to be a strong statement.
Sure, I guess it is.
Yeah.
But I don't want to get away from the subject here. I guess what I need to know from you, Spencer, is how do I start? Where do I go first?
You're anxious to move forward into
I am.
Let's put this plan into action right now.
Let's get going.
Let's get going with it. Okay, so it's something you feel really excited about. I can see as you talk about it, you smile and your eyes sparkle and you seem like you feel very excited just talking about this possibility.
I do. I do.
Yeah.
And I think because I'd been sort of stuck for a while, had gotten into a bit of a rut too, that even though I enjoyed my job at the airlines, I had become, maybe just placid, I guess we could say, not thinking that there was anything else out there.
Just kind of going through the motions.
Through the motions.
So you wouldn't have that same excitement
no.
Going to work with the airlines as you would have, you think, for going to work in your secondhand shop and Not even close.
Not even close.
Okay, so that's the long range plan, is to move in that
direction. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I had a few ideas. I'd like your opinion on them. One was talking to friends about having garage sales, but then that's a lot of moving around and advertising and that sort of thing. And then I also had thought about renting a table at a flea market.
Okay.
For a start.
Tell me how you think those might be useful to you.
I think to get an idea of what the average person who frequents these places is looking for. Are they looking for specific items or just something that looks interesting? Just to kind of get a feel for the marketplace, I guess you could say.
Okay, so gathering some more
information, yes,
about what would be kind of a viable way to go about implementing
my ideas of secondhand selling or that type of thing. Evaluating the market. I haven't got a clue about that, like how to do market research or if I need to, or how I would go about finding a location. Doing a business plan. Oh, it's very daunting.
So if you think about all the possible steps that you could take to, it feels a bit overwhelming.
Oh, it's very overwhelming.
So maybe breaking it down into smaller steps.
That would be a big help.
It feel less overwhelming.
Yes.
And help you to stay focused on the
end result.
The excitement that you feel as you
and to
look
keep
at this
the passion.
end result and keep that passion. How was your week?
Oh, Spencer, I'm not doing so well today. I am feeling very discouraged. We had talked about renting a table at a flea market. I did that. I barely made enough to cover the expense of the table. I shared my idea with some friends and family, and they're telling me just forget it.
They don't see it as a realistic option.
That's right. And I'm don't know what to do.
And not only so you have that coming at you, that you're talking to friends and family, looking for support, and getting discouraged.
I'm getting discouraged.
And if you put that together with the experience at the flea market,
it was a flea market, and I barely covered the cost.
So that makes you really wonder about this whole thing that we've been talking about. Is it possible to have this dream?
Is it a pipe dream? Should I just give up and just try to find something that will just pay my bills? I don't know. I don't want to go back into the depression. And I'm scared that if I don't get at least some kind of income, I just don't want to lose it again, Spencer. I need some help.
Yeah. So you feel like this is a pretty critical time for you in terms of all of the thinking that you've done about moving towards your long-range goal. And it's scary for you because this is something you feel very strongly about, and it seems like from the information you've gathered so far,
it doesn't look like it's
you're wondering about it.
It's like a dream, like it's an impossible dream.
An impossible dream. And should you keep dreaming the impossible dream if that's what it is?
Yes, exactly. Am I wrong? Is everyone else right? Is it something I should just give up on? Does it really matter as long as I'm paying my rent and food?
And we talked last time about how it's tough for you to really feel good about yourself and about what you're doing if it's not something that you really feel strongly about.
Exactly. I get to the point where it's just like we had said, just going through the motions.
You don't want to go through the motions.
I don't. I've done it long enough. And not only that, but there's got to be more to life than just survival.
Yeah.
I just don't know where to go from here.
Yeah. What are you feeling right now as you think about this? And
sadness. I'm feeling sadness because I know there's people out there that have realized their dreams. And I'm wondering what makes me so different.
Yeah. Why can't I have that
Why
too?
can't I have my dream?
Yeah.
But I don't know how to attain it.
Yeah.
Can you help me with that, Spencer?
Well, that's something that you and I are going to work on.
Okay.
Absolutely. You and I are going to work on that.
I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah. So there's this, it's this tough spot.
Yeah.
And you're feeling a sense of unfairness about life generally. You look around, you see other people who seem to have attained. We don't really know, but they seem to have this kind of. They've been able to kind of make their long-range plans come true.
Yeah.
And you're wondering if that's possible for you. And so you've started down that road. You've taken some very positive steps to check that out a bit. And
it looks very. I mean, it's just so hard. Is there anything I can do to make it easier?
Yeah.
Are there other options I should look at?
And so you hit that rough spot with the flea market and friends and family saying, I don't know if that's such a good idea.
That's right.
And it causes you to kind of maybe think, I should give this up.
Doubt myself.
But if you, doubt yourself.
I'm doubting myself.
Do I really know what I'm talking about here? Is this...
That's right.
Am I making any sense with this? Yet on the other hand, this is something you feel very passionate about, committed to, you've thought about a long time, even much earlier in life, you've thought this would be a cool thing to do, and so, I wonder, in terms of what next.
That's right.
In part, you kind of ask, what next? Not only in terms of the long range, but what next in terms of right now?
Today.
What next do I do?
Yes.
And
I'm afraid of falling into the sleeping all day pattern again.
You don't want to give up.
I don't want to give up, but I'm so tired. Tired's not a good word. Weary. I guess we could say weary.
Yeah.
I raised a couple of kids on my own as a single parent. It's been an interesting life, but it's not been really easy.
Hasn't been an easy life.
No.
You'd like it to be easy.
I'd like it to be a little easier now because I feel like I should have gotten over the hard part.
Paid your dues.
I did.
Yeah, and then some.
And then some.
Yeah, and now it's time to...
It's time to just, I don't know, maybe be able to sit back and feel like it's been an okay life.
Yeah. And one thing that would help you to feel like it's an okay life would be if you're able to move forward with this long-range plan, if it could really be realistic, if really it could be an option.
That's right. And to be honest, I don't want to be a millionaire. Yeah. I just would like to have a little business that could afford me to buy my food, pay my mortgage, perhaps grow a few flowers in the garden.
Seems reasonable to me, Val. It doesn't seem like you're asking for too much to me. And so...
How can I go about this?
Well, before we want to make sure that this is something you feel like you want to pursue a bit further. What do you think?
I do.
Okay, so you're committed to moving forward.
I'm committed to moving forward.
Okay.
It's just such a hard road.
It's not easy. Yeah. And it's especially not easy when as you start out with it, right out of the gate. You hit a couple of tough spots with it.
Maybe it just wasn't a good weekend for the flea market.
That's a question.
Maybe I shouldn't give up so quickly.
That's a question. While it would be ideal if your friends and family had been more supportive, fact was they weren't. So I guess there's the question of maybe you need to look for other sources of support. I wonder where. So it sounds like. So you've said, I want to go, I'm not ready to give this up, I want to go forward with this. And as you and I are talking right now, you let me know what you think. It sounds like we're beginning to identify some next steps.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
I am, yeah.
Because it sounded like you said, maybe it wasn't a good weekend So there's some information to gather about that. How did that compare to, the typical weekend for the flea market? That's a question that we could begin to gather some information about.
Okay.
That you could explore with folks.
So this week I should do some research, perhaps.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so let's keep working with that. As you know, Val, this is our last session together.
Yes.
And you've been working very hard.
Yes, I have. Mm-hmm.
Tell me some more about how that's been going for you. Maybe we should start by reviewing a little bit. You have talked to some people. You've been to some flea markets, and
I have. For a while, I was wondering if this was really what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I do believe it is, and I believe it's feasible. But I also have found that it's going to be a lot more work than I had thought.
Okay.
Even though I'm excited about it and I am passionate about it, it's going to involve a lot of hard work.
How do you feel about that when you...
Well, to be honest, I'm not really excited about the hard work part, but I do think if I take it slow and keep my eye on the carrot at the end, that it's doable.
Yeah, okay.
It's doable.
You sound determined.
I believe I am, yes. I know what I want.
Okay. I don't know if you remember, a while ago we talked about, when we started talking about this plan, and you encountered some rough spots.
Yes.
It really threw the whole idea up in the air for you. But now that you've taken some additional steps to check out your plan a bit, get some more information and so forth, now you seem much more committed in a realistic way.
Realistic is a good word. That's exactly how I'm feeling. I think the flighty, oh, I'm so excited type thing has come down to earth. Hard work is what it's going to take, but you've helped me to see what I have to do to get to where I'm going.
And you've identified a number of things that you can do to move towards your long-range goal. You've been very active in this process.
That's right, yes.
And you did that. And that's important for you to remember that, I think.
But also, I need the support you gave me and the direction.
Okay.
I think it really helped.
Good.
And I appreciate it.
Good.
As a career counselor, I think it's really important to give people a chance to just come to a place where they can tell their stories, where they can be safe.
Yeah, I agree, and I think helping people feel as if they matter in the career counseling process is also a key.
Yeah, I guess having gone through something like that, people feel degraded. They don't feel that they're a value to anybody, and so I think it's important that the counselor really models that in that relationship.
And it's always an important part in the career counseling process for me when I notice the client has moved from feeling maybe more hopeless to more hopeful.
Yeah, I think in some ways when the clients come in, they really are presenting us with a crisis of imagination many times, and I think they can't really see a new way of doing things. And I think that idea of becoming more hopeful is really when they can start to imagine new future, new possibilities for themselves.
Helping them, and also helping them to really look at the ways in which they engage in behaviors that hold them back. I think helping them to take control over those self-defeating behaviors so that they can overcome the obstacles that they experience in their career development is an important part of our work.
Yeah, and I think we always have to remember that it's not we don't have to conquer everything, but just even giving somebody a start, just taking one piece, because there's so many different things that can sort of serve as a roadblock. To just take one of those away really changes the whole process and can really make it a lot better for anybody.
And sometimes in helping them move forward, it's providing what seem to be relatively simple strategies or ideas that can help them become unstuck and begin this process of actually taking action, as you say, becoming actively engaged in managing their own career development.
All right. See how much counseling goes into that? I mean, it was almost totally a lot of counseling and not about the tools, although, they did put tools into it. So, especially, but what I liked about it is it showed high school and then college and then somebody who's transitioning, later in life, and so on too. So that was really good. So, what are your guys' thoughts? What stuck out to you the most? Oh, Joyce?
I thought they all were very great. His questions, his leading questions with empathy, was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And from the teenagers, I did notice the tissues, as I remember one class, they said not have the tissues around, but that was really good for his last client. But her just trying to find purpose at an older age is a difficult spot to be in.
And the sadness
And so
too.
you could feel, the hurt, but it seems like he was able to clear some of those paths and those barriers that she was putting in herself. So I thought it was really good. I thought it was really good.
I did too. I think like the older lady, and I mean, I think he did a really good job of, so there was so many ups and downs during that time that, she experienced, and he acknowledged those with empathy but encouraged her at the same time. Very good. What else?
I just commenting on the last lady, and how he counseled, like it was really good because I feel like he could have just been like, like you're already, more on this end of the life, so like you should probably just look for something to go through your day and, be more like don't stress out too much trying to have your own business type of thing. But he was really like interested in helping her to figure her own purpose and her own like fulfillment, as we've been talking about fulfillment a lot. And like even with the dancer too, like the girl who wanted to be a choreographer,
Yeah.
it was really interesting because she herself didn't know a lot about what it would look like, her path, or even like how can she get noticed. And so it was just really good that he didn't give answers right away, or he never like, oh, this is too hard, like, he was like, okay, how can you do that, and really made her think herself. And so I just really like how they ask a lot of questions, and they're very encouraging at the same time.
Another thing I liked about what they were talking about, she goes, I don't want to be a millionaire and I just want to be able to pay for food and all that stuff too. So that kind of takes a lot of the pressure off. But he was saying, here's something that you really want to do. You can go for that. But I think, he really helped to take that pressure off of that too. And what was the most important part? Most important part was not the money, but everything else. And here's one thing that I think: if you do a good job at something, you have to be careful with it, but if you do a good job at something, the money will come. If you're passionate about something and you do the right things, the money will come. So just get in there and the first thing is, I think one of the sayings I like is like, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great, and successful, or whatever, whatever word you want to put in there. Yeah. Any other thoughts?
Mine
I
is
think the restatements were like guidance. So after all the questions were asked and kind of gaining that information, it seemed like all the counselors did a lot of restating of kind of the objective and kind of helping them understand and connect the dots that way. So it seemed like after that point, then the client seemed to have a little bit more purpose and direction because it kind of made sense, the big picture.
I like that. And also, when you restate things like that, they can hear, that doesn't sound quite right, or that coming out of my mouth, and then somebody restating it, going, and hearing it back, I can see how that would be, something, that would be different than what I'm truly thinking.
And one of the other things he did, I try to get in the habit of doing that when I'm talking, is he used the word we. We will work on this instead of just you, or you know what I mean? And that's really helpful when you make it inclusive and you're not just giving the answers and the solution. So, I really did like that.
That is very good, Joyce. Yeah, good catch. The we. I love that. Macy, you were going to say something?
Oh, I was gonna say just in general, like looking over the theories as I read through the book, the beginning part of the book, and then the class yesterday, now being able to see those theories practically applied, it helped me better understand how to apply the theories, what the theories actually mean, and just in general build on that knowledge.
I love that. Yeah, absolutely. So you guys found those videos valuable?
Yeah, I did. I thought they were very helpful and to know how I can use them in my practice.
So that's my whole deal, is like you can learn all this theory, but until you learn how to put it into practice, it's just theory, and you can miss the point of it a lot of the time too.
I feel like the practical application part of counseling is a little bit more difficult than just memorizing and knowing the theories. And I feel like the job of that in your class is helping us to get the practical application part of it.
Because you can learn a lot about theory, but you know what? When you look about it, the therapeutic alliance is the biggest chunk of the pie over everything. Your helping skills that you will learn and put into place is another area that's important. The theory is only like 10% of it, maybe 15% of it. The rest is who you are and how you encourage, just like what this guy was doing. Yeah, good point. Peter?
Yeah, I think that for my thought, since it's psychotherapy, so also as a Christian, I think also this is a good opportunity to let them really know. So their value is in Jesus Christ. So they want to confirm their value. It seems all the clients think other people didn't really know what they are meaning. So their meaning of the life, it seems defined by others. But as a Christian, so our value is the child of God. So yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And so, but I love that you're here. And when you come in contact with those people that are in need, you'll have that skill already in your tool belt. So I love that. Yeah, obviously these videos weren't about, adding the spiritualness or, Christ to it. But that'll be up to us to be able to do that. It's a great point. All right, any other thoughts?
I also really like the homework, how, in the end of every session, they kind of left with a challenge or something that they had to do in the week. And with the guy that was considering going to Japan, it was good when he came back and she was like, wait, she was challenging his commitment and that kind of, so it's just like good how she tied the homework to like really looking for his intentions, how he was doing, and how to move forward.
Yeah, so that's a great point too, the homework aspect. So when you get into counseling and you assign kind of homework through the week, a big telltale sign is will they be doing the homework? Do they bring it back the next week and have done it? So a lot of times you have to reiterate the consistency of if you give them something to do and it's something that, they have to be consistent in doing it and then the growth comes. Because a lot of times people say, I tried that and it didn't work. Well, how many times did you try? I tried it once. Well, of course, it's just like, when you have, the breathing exercises and stuff like that too, to calm your central nervous system. Well, your central nervous system has been the way that it is for a long, long period of time. Trying breathing one time is not going to change anything. You get to do it consistently over and over and over again for it to start taking effect within your body. So, yeah, that homework is so important, but the consistency and them doing it and holding them accountable and responsible for it. Joyce?
Yeah, and just one more thing in what Peter was saying about our purpose. And so, it seemed like at the beginning and even throughout it, it was about finding purpose. And I just recall growing up and always, with my grandmother, stating that God has a purpose for all of us.
Yes.
And it would be nice if some of us would try to seek that purpose at a younger age, but that's life too. So
yeah, that is. That's such a great point. Yeah. And just being guided by the Holy Spirit through it all. And as a counselor, being guided by the Holy Spirit in their lives. Yeah. Any other thoughts? All right, just to recap, so going through, and then you'll have your homework and your assignments and things like that too. So if you have any questions, of course, just let me know on doing those. And see what else. I'm just trying to think of anything else that I have. So any questions that you guys have? And if any come up, you can always, you guys are really good about contacting me, of course. So, okay. Well, I will pray us out and we can be concluded for today. And if there's anything else that you need, please let me know for sure. All right. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you so much for this time that you have given us on this Thursday and Friday for this class of vocational and career counseling. And I just thank you for each and every individual, Lord, that was in this class. And Lord, I just pray that as we talked about where we've been and where we're headed, Lord, that we see you in all of our steps, Lord, guiding them in our future, Lord, and just being in tune and in touch with you during this time, Lord. We know that you have a will for our lives, and you want what's best, of course, Lord. We just pray that we just remain in that will, Lord. Lord, I just pray that you just bless each person's counseling moving forward, their careers, their counseling, who they meet with, Lord, and every opportunity that you place in front of us, Lord. I just we just thank you for that one, but Lord, that we just show who you are through us, Lord, that we model your love to those that will be sitting across from us. And we just don't take that lightly, and it's a big responsibility for us, Lord. But to show your love through that, we're just the vessel. You're the one that does the work, and we recognize that, and we just thank you for that too, Lord. We just love you, and we just thank you for this class and this this technology that brings us all together. And as we move forward, Lord, we just pray that you just continue to bless that. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me know if you need anything. Thanks for your time these last 2 days too. I know it's a big commitment and to be able to do this, and I appreciate your guys' time. All right. Be safe. Thank you.